Hey, amazing viewers! Thanks for clicking on Dark Harry. Today's special feature is what if Harry called Morticia Addams instead of Sirius? She adopted him and Sirius joined them. Your support through likes, shares, and subscriptions helps us reach more story lovers around the world. Thank you for being part of this community. Now, let's escape into this wonderful story. Chapter 1, The Call That Changed Everything. Harry Potter sat cross-legged on his bed, clutching a small hand mirror he'd nicked from Dudley's second bedroom. 3 weeks into summer holidays and already he felt like he was losing his mind. The Dursleys had been particularly unbearable since the Aunt Marge incident last year, treating him like a bomb about to explode. Which, to be fair, wasn't entirely inaccurate. "Come on, work," Harry muttered, tapping the mirror with his wand hidden under his pillow. Professor Lupin had mentioned something about mirrors Sirius and his dad used to communicate during detention. When Harry had found this one tucked behind some books in Lupin's office and pocketed it during their final conversation, the professor had given him a knowing look but said nothing. "Sirius Black," Harry whispered, concentrating hard on his godfather's face. The mirror remained stubbornly reflective, showing only Harry's frustrated expression, his green eyes shadowed with exhaustion. His scars stood out vividly against his pale forehead, and his black hair stuck up in every direction. "Sirius Black," he repeated more firmly. "I really need to talk to you." Nothing happened. Harry flopped back on his bed, wincing as a spring dug into his shoulder blade. His room, Dudley's second bedroom, remained as miserable as ever, with broken toys piled in corners and bars still faintly visible on the window where Mr. Weasley had removed them 2 summers ago. "One more try," Harry muttered, holding the mirror up again. "Sirius Black, I solemnly swear I need your help." The mirror's surface rippled like water, and Harry bolted upright. "Sirius?" But instead of his godfather's face, the mirror clouded over completely, turning an opaque black. Harry frowned, tilting it toward the weak light coming through his window. Had he broken it somehow? Then, slowly, a face appeared, but not Sirius's. A woman gazed back at him, her skin unnaturally pale, contrasting starkly with her long black hair parted sharply down the middle. Her eyes were dark, intense, and somehow both curious and utterly unreadable. "You're not Sirius," Harry blurted out. "Indeed not," the woman replied, her voice low and melodious with an accent Harry couldn't quite place. "How curious. This mirror hasn't activated in years." She studied him with growing interest. "You have remarkable eyes, child. So, vibrant." Harry unconsciously touched his glasses. Thanks. Sorry to bother you. I was trying to contact someone else." "Sirius Black, I heard." The woman's red lips curled into a slight smile. "You're seeking the escaped convict?" Harry tensed. "You know Sirius?" "I know of a Sirius Black. Old wizarding family. Quite the black sheep, if newspaper accounts are to be believed." Her eyes narrowed slightly. "And you are?" Harry hesitated. Talking to strangers through magical objects hadn't exactly worked out well in the past. Just someone trying to reach their godfather. "Godfather?" The woman's eyebrows rose slightly. "How intriguing. The papers failed to mention that detail." She leaned closer to the mirror, her gaze sweeping what she could see of Harry's room. "Those are bars on your window." Harry instinctively angled the mirror away. "They're old. Look, I should go, wait." Her voice was soft but carried unmistakable authority. "Something is wrong. I can sense it. You're in distress." "I'm fine," Harry said automatically. "Child, I have lived long enough to recognize the look of someone in a cage, no matter how invisible the bars." She paused. "What's your name?" Maybe it was the genuine concern in her voice, or maybe Harry was just desperate to talk to anyone magical after weeks with the Dursleys, but he found himself answering. "Harry. Harry Potter." The woman's eyes widened, not with the usual shock or excitement, but with something more calculating. Harry Potter, she repeated, as though testing the sound. The boy who lived. Harry's stomach sank. You've heard of me, then. Tales reach even our family, she said cryptically. Harry Potter, my name is Morticia Addams. I believe our conversation is not accidental. Magic rarely makes such mistakes. She seemed to come to a decision. Tell me, Harry Potter, why were you seeking Sirius Black with such urgency? Harry ran a hand through his hair, messing it up further. He's my godfather, and he's innocent of everything they say he did. He's in hiding, and he broke off as Uncle Vernon's heavy footsteps thundered up the stairs. Boy! Who are you talking to in there? Vernon's voice boomed through the door. Harry quickly shoved the mirror under his pillow. No one, Uncle Vernon. Just, talking to myself. The doorknob rattled. Don't take that tone with me. Open this door. Harry glanced desperately at the pillow hiding the mirror, then back at the door. Just a second. Now, boy. Harry reluctantly crossed to the door and unlocked it. Vernon Dursley's large purple face appeared, his small eyes suspicious as they darted around the room. Who were you talking to? Vernon demanded. No one, Harry repeated. I was just rehearsing something for school. Vernon's face purpled further. School. You know the rules about mentioning that place in this house. Sorry, Harry muttered, not sounding sorry at all. Vernon grabbed Harry's shoulder and yanked him closer. Listen here, you ungrateful little freak. After everything we've done for you, done for me? Harry pulled away, temper flaring. Like what, exactly? Locking me in a cupboard for 10 years? Starving me? Treating me like I'm diseased? You watch your mouth. Vernon roared, raising his hand. Harry reached for his wand instinctively. He couldn't use it, but Vernon didn't need to know that. Go ahead, Harry challenged quietly. My godfather wouldn't be happy to hear about it. Vernon's face went from purple to white so fast Harry worried he might faint. You can't contact him, he sputtered. Your kind doesn't have telephones. We have our ways, Harry said cryptically, thinking of the mirror under his pillow. He likes to check on me. Told me to tell him if there were any problems. Vernon backed toward the door. No dinner for you tonight. And if I hear one more peep, you'll what? Harry asked, surprised at his own daring. Vernon slammed the door without answering, engaging the external locks with furious clicks. Harry exhaled slowly, his heart hammering. He'd never stood up to Vernon quite like that before. It felt good, but now he was locked in and would miss dinner, not that there would have been much for him anyway. He returned to his bed and retrieved the mirror, unsure if the connection would still be there. To his surprise, Morticia Addams's pale face appeared immediately. Her expression had changed from curious to coldly furious, though Harry somehow knew the anger wasn't directed at him. Was that your uncle? She asked, her voice dangerously soft. Harry nodded. Sorry about that. Don't apologize, dear boy. I heard everything. Her dark eyes flashed. Locked in a cupboard. Starved. This is your home. Unfortunately. Harry sat back on his bed. I have to stay here during summers. Protection spells or something. Dumbledore insists. Albus Dumbledore places you with these people. Morticia's voice remained calm, but something in it sent a shiver down Harry's spine. How interesting. And where exactly is here, Harry? Harry hesitated. I probably shouldn't tell a stranger my address. Wise, Morticia nodded approvingly. But I'm no longer a stranger, am I? We've been formally introduced. And I believe I may be able to help you contact your godfather. She paused. Tell me, does the name Black mean anything to you beyond your godfather? It's Sirius's family name, Harry replied cautiously. Indeed. The noble and most ancient house of Black. A family with connections to many old wizarding lines, including, as it happens, the Addams family. Her red lips curved into a smile. We're distantly related, you and I, through your godfather's lineage. We're related? Harry leaned closer to the mirror. In the way all old magical families are connected, yes. Blood calls to blood, Harry Potter. It's why your mirror found me when seeking Sirius Black. She tilted her head. Now, I would very much like to meet you in person. To discuss family matters. Harry ran a hand through his hair again. I'm kind of locked in at the moment. A trivial obstacle. My husband Gomez and I could call on you tomorrow. Would that be acceptable? Harry tried to imagine the Dursleys' faces if this elegant, Gothic woman and her husband showed up at Privet Drive. The thought made him grin despite everything. That would be brilliant, actually. Excellent. Morticia seemed pleased. Now, your address, if you would. Number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, Harry told her. But the Dursleys won't let you in if you look, well, magical. Oh, we wouldn't dream of being turned away, Morticia said with quiet confidence. Expect us at noon precisely. And Harry? Try to get some rest. Things will improve soon. Her face softened slightly. Keep the mirror close. Should you need me before tomorrow, simply call my name. With that, the mirror returned to normal, reflecting only Harry's stunned face. He stared at his reflection, wondering if he'd just made a massive mistake or found an unexpected ally. Either way, tomorrow at the Dursleys promised to be interesting. Harry woke early the next morning, his stomach growling from missing dinner. He heard Aunt Petunia unlocking his door and quickly pretended to be asleep as she pushed it open. Up, she snapped. Breakfast needs cooking. Harry rolled over slowly. Yes, Aunt Petunia. She eyed him suspiciously. And no funny business today. Vernon has an important client coming for lunch. Harry bit back a smile, thinking of his own unexpected visitors. What time? Noon, she said. So you'll need to be out of sight by 11:30. I want you weeding the garden until then. Perfect timing. Yes, Aunt Petunia. She frowned at his lack of complaint but left him to get dressed. Harry cooked breakfast mechanically, his mind on the upcoming meeting. Who exactly was Morticia Addams? And how could she help him contact Sirius? He snuck glances at the clock as he worked, watching time crawl toward noon. By 11:30, his hands were dirty from gardening, his back ached, and Vernon was pacing nervously in the living room, repeatedly straightening his tie. Get upstairs and stay quiet, Vernon ordered when he spotted Harry coming in from the garden. Not a sound while Mr. Mason is here, or there'll be hell to pay. Yes, Uncle Vernon, Harry said dutifully, hiding his anticipation as he trudged upstairs. Once in his room, he quickly washed his hands and changed into the cleanest of Dudley's hand-me-downs he could find. It was still embarrassingly large, but at least it didn't have stains. At precisely noon, the doorbell rang. Harry crept to the top of the stairs to listen as Vernon opened the door with his most jovial business voice. Welcome to our, Vernon's greeting died abruptly. Good afternoon, came Morticia's unmistakable voice. Number 4 Privet Drive? We're here to see Harry Potter. Harry had to clap a hand over his mouth to stop from laughing at Vernon's strangled response. There's no one by that name here. Curious. We were given this address quite specifically. A man's voice now, enthusiastic and with a slight accent. I'm Gomez Addams, and this is my wife, Morticia. Perhaps we could come in to discuss the confusion. Absolutely not. I don't know who you are, but I insist you leave immediately. Vernon was shifting into his purple-faced rage. Harry decided it was time to intervene before Vernon had a stroke. He hurried down the stairs, almost colliding with Aunt Petunia, who was hovering anxiously behind her husband. It's okay, Uncle Vernon, Harry said loudly. I know these people. Vernon whirled around, his face contorting with fury. You what? Harry pushed past him to the door, and his eyes widened. Morticia looked exactly as she had in the mirror, tall, willowy, dressed entirely in black with her raven hair falling straight to her waist. Beside her stood a man with slick back hair, a pinstriped suit, and a manically cheerful expression that contrasted oddly with his wife's serene demeanor. But that wasn't all. Behind them on the driveway stood the strangest collection of people Harry had ever seen. A giant of a man who made Hagrid look normally proportioned, an old woman who reminded Harry of a more feral Professor McGonagall, two children who might have been around Harry's age if not for their oddly ageless expressions, and what appeared to be a disembodied hand sitting on the shoulder of a man whose skin was the color and texture of chalk and whose eyes bulged alarmingly. And they'd all arrived in what looked like a Victorian hearse. The neighbors were already peering out their windows. Hello, Harry Potter, Morticia said, extending a pale hand. How lovely to meet you in person. You invited these freaks? Vernon bellowed, grabbing Harry's arm. Gomez Adams's cheerful expression vanished. I'd advise you to release the boy, he said, suddenly looking much less eccentric and much more dangerous. This is my house. Vernon sputtered. And I won't have, Uncle Vernon, Harry interrupted, remember what I told you about my godfather? These are his relatives. The effect was instantaneous. Vernon released Harry's arm and stepped back, his face ashen. Petunia let out a small squeak. Perhaps we could continue this conversation inside, Morticia suggested. Unless you prefer entertaining your neighbors as well. Vernon glanced around wildly, noticing for the first time how many curtains were twitching on Privet Drive. With a defeated groan, he stepped aside. Fine. But make it quick. Gomez beamed again. Capital. Come along, family. The entire strange procession filed into the Dursleys' immaculate home, looking utterly out of place among the floral patterns and gleaming surfaces. The huge man had to duck significantly to enter the door, and something in the pocket of the old woman's dress appeared to be moving. Vernon closed the door with a snap, his breathing labored. Now see here, Uncle Fester, Wednesday, Pugsley, make yourselves at home, Morticia interrupted smoothly. Lurch, perhaps you could prepare some refreshments. The giant man nodded solemnly. Yes, Mrs. Addams, he rumbled, and headed for the kitchen without waiting for permission. Wait. You can't just, Petunia hurried after him, clearly torn between horror at having strangers in her kitchen and terror of the imposing figure. Morticia turned to Harry. Now then, Harry. Perhaps you could show us where you sleep. Gomez and I would like to see your accommodations. There's nothing to see. Vernon blustered. Perfectly normal boy's room. Nevertheless, Gomez said, twirling a cigar that had appeared from nowhere, we insist. Harry led them upstairs, acutely aware of how shabby his room would look to visitors. Not that the Addamses seemed like they'd care about conventional appearances. When they reached the top of the stairs, Morticia paused, her gaze falling on the cupboard under the stairs. What's this? Just a cupboard, Vernon said quickly. Harry, Morticia turned to him. Your uncle mentioned a cupboard yesterday. Harry hesitated, then nodded toward it. That was my bedroom until I got my Hogwarts letter. The temperature in the hallway seemed to drop several degrees as Morticia glided to the cupboard and opened it. Gomez peered inside, his expression darkening as he took in the small cot still shoved against one wall, the shelves of cleaning supplies, the cramped space barely large enough for a child to lie down. They kept you in here? Gomez asked quietly. Harry nodded. For 10 years. I see. Gomez straightened, all trace of his manic cheerfulness gone. He turned to Vernon, who had followed them up the stairs. Mr. Dursley, I believe we need to have a serious conversation about the care of your nephew. Now see here. Vernon puffed up. We took him in out of the goodness of our hearts. We never wanted him. He was dumped on our doorstep with nothing but a letter, dumped on your doorstep. Morticia's voice was deadly quiet. Buy your lot. Those wizards. Vernon spat the word like a curse. We never asked for this. We've clothed him, fed him, in a cupboard, Gomez finished. Tell me, do you have a child of your own, Mr. Dursley? Vernon's eyes flicked to Dudley's door. My son is none of your business. On the contrary, Morticia said, I find it very much our business how you've treated your own flesh and blood compared to young Harry here. She turned to Harry. Show us your current room, please. Harry led them to Dudley's second bedroom, acutely embarrassed by the bars still visible on the windows, the broken toys piled in corners, and the threadbare blanket on his bed. Morticia took it all in silently, but her expression grew colder by the second. And these bars? From second year, Harry explained. Ron and his brothers had to pull them off with their dad's flying car to rescue me. Rescue you? Gomez raised an eyebrow. They were starving him, came a young girl's voice from the doorway. The Addams daughter, Wednesday, Harry thought Morticia had called her, stood watching with unblinking eyes. There's a cat flap on the door for pushing through food. She pointed to the small flap Harry had almost forgotten about. Like an animal. Morticia placed a gentle hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry, gather your belongings. All of them. Harry blinked. What? You won't be staying here any longer, Gomez declared. As relatives of Sirius Black, we're invoking our right to protect his godson. He fixed Vernon with a steely glare. Unless you prefer we contact Sirius directly about these living conditions. Vernon made a choking sound. You can't take him. Dumbledore said, Ah yes, Dumbledore, Morticia cut in. The man who left an infant on a doorstep. I look forward to discussing his childcare decisions with him. She turned back to Harry. Your things, Harry. Quickly now. Harry stared at them. You want me to come with you? But we've just met. Blood calls to blood, Morticia repeated her words from yesterday. The Blacks and the Addamses share ancient ties. Sirius would want you protected. Her dark eyes met his. Unless you prefer to stay. Harry looked around the miserable room, thought of the cupboard downstairs, of Dudley's bullying and Vernon's threats and Petunia's disdain. I'll get my trunk, he said. 20 minutes later, Harry's school trunk and broom were loaded into the Addamses' hearse, and he stood in the Dursleys' living room for what he hoped might be the last time. Vernon was apoplectic but terrified, alternating between threats and nervous glances at Uncle Fester, who was examining the electric lights with disturbing intensity. Petunia hovered in the kitchen doorway, having apparently given up on protecting her domain from Lurch, who was calmly brewing something that smelled suspiciously unlike tea. Dudley had yet to appear, having barricaded himself in his room at the first sight of Wednesday and Pugsley, who were now systematically examining the Dursleys' prized possessions with expressions of puzzled disgust. You can't just take him. Vernon tried one last time. There are papers, legal guardianship, actually. Gomez produced a thick roll of parchment from inside his suit jacket. I took the liberty of having our family lawyer draw these up this morning. He unfurled the document with a flourish. Transfer of guardianship, citing familial connection through the noble and most ancient house of Black. Perfectly legal in both your world and ours. But, your signature, please. Gomez held out an ornate fountain pen that leaked what looked disturbingly like blood-red ink. Vernon stared at it. I won't sign anything. This is kidnapping. Is it? Morticia asked mildly. Harry, do you wish to leave with us of your own free will? Absolutely, Harry said without hesitation. There you have it. Now, Mr. Dursley, you have two options. Morticia's voice remained soft, but something in it made everyone in the room freeze. Sign these papers and release Harry to our care permanently, or refuse, in which case we'll be forced to involve the authorities. Both magical and non-magical. She paused. I wonder what your neighbors would think of a child being kept in a cupboard. Or social services. Or perhaps the magical equivalent. Vernon's face went from red to white and back again. You're threatening me? Merely stating facts, Gomez said cheerfully. Cousin Itt is quite highly placed in your government, despite appearances. And Grandmama has connections in the magical world that predate your ministry. The old woman cackled from where she was examining the Dursleys' family photos with a magnifying glass. Dark times, those were. Still have some heads pickling in the basement from the last uprising. Vernon looked like he might faint. Fine. I'll sign. Take the boy. Take the freak and never bring him back. Gomez's smile never faltered, but his eyes glinted dangerously as he held out the pen again. Your full signature, if you please. Petunia's as well. Vernon scrawled his name violently across the parchment, then thrust the pen at Petunia, who signed with a shaking hand, refusing to meet Harry's eyes. Excellent. Gomez rolled up the parchment. The matter is settled. Harry Potter is now formally under the protection and guardianship of the Addams family. Congratulations, Wednesday said to Harry, her face expressionless. You're one of us now. Harry felt a strange mixture of emotions, relief, disbelief, and a bizarre sense of belonging he'd never experienced with the Dursleys. Thanks, I think. We should leave, Morticia suggested. I'm sure Harry wishes to see his new home, and we have much to discuss about his godfather. The family began filing out the door, each member nodding gravely to the Dursleys as they passed. Lurch emerged from the kitchen carrying a teapot that emitted green smoke. Tea, he rumbled, setting it on the coffee table with surprising delicacy. Special blend. Petunia stared at it in horror. Harry was the last to leave, pausing at the doorway to look back at the house he'd never called home. The Dursleys stood frozen in their living room, united in their shock and fear. Goodbye, Harry said simply, and closed the door behind him. Outside, the Addamses were already loading into their vehicle. Harry approached cautiously, still half expecting to wake up and find this had all been a strange dream. Harry, dear, you'll sit with Wednesday and Pugsley, Morticia directed. They're so looking forward to getting acquainted with their new cousin. The two children made room for him on a velvet-upholstered seat that felt suspiciously like it had been designed for a coffin. Do you really have a piece of someone's soul in your head? Pugsley asked as soon as Harry sat down. Harry nearly choked. What? Your scar, Wednesday explained, pointing to Harry's forehead. Mother says it has dark magic. We find that interesting. I'm not sure about a soul, but it's connected to Voldemort somehow, Harry admitted, surprised at how easily the words came out. He'd never been able to discuss this so directly before. Fascinating, Wednesday said, leaning closer to examine the lightning bolt. Does it hurt? Sometimes. When Voldemort is near or feeling strong emotions. Pugsley's eyes widened with excitement. So you're like a living Horcrux. That's so cool. A what? Harry frowned. The hearse lurched into motion before Pugsley could answer, and Harry grabbed the seat to steady himself. Through the windows, he could see the residents of Privet Drive openly staring as the macabre vehicle pulled away. Don't mind the neighbors, Gomez called back cheerfully from the driver's seat. They always stare at us. It's the price of being an Addams. Harry watched number 4 grow smaller in the rear window, a weight lifting from his shoulders with every foot of distance. He didn't know what exactly he was getting into with this strange family, but it already felt more like home than Privet Drive ever had. So, he said, turning back to Wednesday and Pugsley, what exactly is a Horcrux? The journey to the Addams family mansion was both longer and stranger than Harry expected. The hearse seemed to follow conventional roads at first, but then Gomez made a sharp turn that shouldn't have been possible, and suddenly they were traveling along what appeared to be an ancient Roman road that definitely wasn't on any modern map of Surrey. Shortcut. Gomez announced cheerfully. Been in the family for centuries. The Romans knew what they were doing with road magic. Harry peered out the window at the misty landscape that had replaced the suburbs. Where exactly do you live? Here and there, Morticia replied from the front seat. The mansion exists in multiple places simultaneously. It's an old family enchantment. Like a Fidelius charm? Harry asked. Much older, Grandmama cackled from beside him. And much darker. The Fidelius hides a location. Our mansion exists between locations. Harry wasn't entirely sure what that meant, but before he could ask, the landscape shifted again. Neat hedgerows gave way to gnarled trees, their branches twisting like arthritic fingers against a suddenly overcast sky. In the distance, perched atop a craggy hill, loomed a Victorian mansion that would have made the shrieking shack look like a welcoming cottage. Home sweet home. Gomez declared, accelerating toward the wrought iron gates that opened on their own as the hearse approached. The driveway was lined with statues that Harry could have sworn moved when he wasn't looking directly at them. The gardens were a riot of plants Harry had only seen in the most dangerous section of the Hogwarts greenhouses, all thorns and snapping mouths and vividly colored blooms. Mother's garden, Wednesday informed him, following his gaze. She breeds carnivorous roses. They're beautiful, Harry said honestly, and was rewarded with an almost imperceptible smile from Morticia. The hearse crunched to a halt on the gravel forecourt, and everyone piled out. Harry stood gazing up at the mansion, taking in its multiple towers, crooked chimneys, and Gothic grandeur. It's brilliant, he breathed. Wait until you see inside, Pugsley grinned, hefting Harry's trunk with surprising strength. We've got a playroom with real Iron Maidens. Pugsley, dear, not before lunch, Morticia chided gently. Harry needs to settle in first. The massive front door swung open without anyone touching it, and Lurch lumbered past them into the house, apparently having arrived ahead of them somehow. How did he? Harry began. Lurch has his ways, Gomez said cryptically. Come along, my boy. Let me show you your new home. The interior of the mansion was even more impressive than the exterior, if impressive was the right word for a place that seemed designed to unnerve and disorient. Grand staircases curved in directions that defied physics. Mounted heads on the walls followed Harry with their eyes. Suits of armor stood at attention, occasionally shifting position when Harry wasn't looking directly at them. We've prepared the East Tower for you, Morticia told Harry as they climbed a particularly twisty staircase. It has an excellent view of the cemetery and direct moonlight for any midnight rituals you might wish to perform. Harry wasn't sure if she was joking. Thank you. That's very thoughtful. Of course, dear. We want you to feel at home. She paused at a heavy wooden door. This will be your room. I hope it's to your liking. The door swung open to reveal a circular chamber that took up the entire top floor of the tower. Harry gasped. It was easily 5 times the size of his room at the Desleys, with a 4-poster bed draped in rich red hangings, a massive desk by one of the windows, bookshelves lining the walls, and even a perch for Hedwig, who was somehow already there despite having been sent ahead just that morning. How did? Harry began again. Magic, dear, Morticia smiled. Real magic, not that ministry-regulated nonsense. The East Tower exists slightly outside conventional magical jurisdiction, Gomez explained, bouncing on his toes with excitement. The trace doesn't work properly here. Feel free to practice your spell work without fear of detection. Harry stared at him. I can do magic here. During summer? Of course. Gomez clapped him on the shoulder. What's the point of being a wizard if you can't use magic? Ridiculous ministry restrictions. The Addams family has never acknowledged them. Harry looked around the room again, noticing details he'd missed at first glance, a collection of magical ingredients labeled in an elegant hand, books that definitely weren't on the Hogwarts curriculum, and what appeared to be a small potions lab set up in one corner. This is incredible, he said. Thank you. Your family now, Morticia said simply. We take care of our own. Harry felt a lump form in his throat. Speaking of family, you mentioned Sirius. Gomez and Morticia exchanged a look. Yes, we need to discuss your godfather, Morticia said. But first, you should settle in. Lurch will bring up lunch, and then we'll talk properly about Sirius Black and how we can help him. As if summoned, Lurch appeared in the doorway carrying a tray laden with food that actually looked appetizing, unlike the meager portions Petunia had grudgingly provided. Lunch, he rumbled, setting the tray on a small table near the window. Thank you, Lurch, Harry said, and was surprised when the towering butler gave him what might have been a smile before shuffling out. We'll leave you to eat and unpack, Morticia said. When you're ready, join us in the conservatory. Any portrait can direct you. The portraits talk here too? Harry asked, thinking of Hogwarts. Talk, scheme, occasionally leave their frames to possess the living, Gomez waved a hand dismissively. Standard ancestral portrait behavior. Don't worry if Grandfather Addams tries to switch bodies with you, his success rate is quite poor these days. With that alarming piece of information, the Addamses left Harry alone in his new room. He sat on the edge of the bed, trying to process everything that had happened in the last few hours. He was no longer at the Dursleys. He was living with a family who seemed to genuinely want him. He could do magic over the summer. And soon, they were going to help him contact Sirius. For the first time in weeks, Harry Potter smiled a real smile. Harry found his way to the conservatory after lunch, guided by a surprisingly helpful portrait of a woman who introduced herself as Drusilla Addams and who carried her own severed head under one arm. The mansion was a labyrinth of corridors, hidden passages, and staircases that seemed to lead somewhere different each time you climbed them, but eventually Harry emerged into a glass-walled room filled with the strangest collection of plants he had ever seen. Unlike Professor Sprout's greenhouses, which were organized with educational precision, the Addams Conservatory was a jungle of competing species. Vines with what looked suspiciously like human teeth crawled up trellises. Flowers that emitted soft sighs tracked his movement through the room. Something that resembled a Venus flytrap, but large enough to consume a small dog, snapped hopefully as he passed. Harry, dear, you found us, Morticia called from the center of the room, where she was carefully pruning a bush of black roses. Did you have any trouble with the moving corridors? Not really, Harry said, carefully stepping around a puddle of something acidic. The portrait of Drusilla helped. Ah, Aunt Drusilla. Such a shame about her head. Morticia set down her pruning shears. Come, sit. Gomez will join us shortly, he's just setting up the communications array for contacting Sirius. Harry took a seat on a wrought iron bench beside Morticia. So you can really help me talk to him? Better than that, Morticia said, removing her gardening gloves. We believe we can help clear his name. Harry's eyes widened. How? The Addams family has connections in both the magical and non-magical worlds. Connections that predate the current ministry structure. She smiled slightly. We tend to be remembered by those in power, even if they would prefer to forget us. Before she could elaborate, Gomez bounded into the conservatory, waving a piece of parchment excitedly. Message sent. If all goes well, Sirius should receive it within the hour. How? Harry asked. Owls can be tracked. We didn't use an owl, Gomez grinned. We used Thing. As if on cue, the disembodied hand Harry had noticed earlier scuttled into the room and gave a thumbs up before leaping onto Gomez's shoulder. Excellent work, old man. Gomez patted Thing affectionately. Thing can move between spaces the way our house does. Ministry tracking can't follow him. Harry stared at the hand, which wiggled its fingers at him in what seemed like a friendly greeting. That's brilliant. Now, while we wait for Sirius's response, let's discuss what happened, Morticia said, her expression growing serious. We know some of the story from newspaper accounts, but we'd like to hear your version, Harry. Harry hesitated only briefly before launching into the tale, how he'd learned Sirius was supposedly the one who betrayed his parents, his confrontation with Sirius in the Shrieking Shack, the revelation that it was actually Peter Pettigrew who had been the secret keeper and betrayed the Potters, and how Pettigrew had escaped when Professor Lupin transformed under the full moon. The Addamses listened without interruption, Gomez occasionally nodding or frowning, Morticia's face remaining impassive but her eyes growing colder whenever Harry mentioned Pettigrew. So Sirius escaped on a hippogriff, Harry concluded. He's in hiding now, but he's completely innocent. Of betraying your parents, certainly, Morticia agreed. Though from what you've said, he did attempt to kill Pettigrew. Well, yes, Harry admitted. But Pettigrew deserved it. Oh, we're not judging, Gomez said quickly. Revenge killings are perfectly respectable in many cultures. The Addams family has a long tradition of them. The issue, Morticia continued smoothly, is proving Sirius's innocence to the Ministry without revealing that you helped him escape. That complicates matters. Harry hadn't considered that angle. I hadn't thought of that. If they knew I helped him, they might question your judgment, Morticia nodded. Or worse, suspect you of being under some kind of enchantment. No, we need a different approach. She tapped her long nails thoughtfully against her chair. The key is finding Peter Pettigrew. But he could be anywhere. Harry protested. He can turn into a rat at will. Ah, but he's not just any rat, Gomez pointed out, pacing excitedly. He's missing a finger. And from what you've told us, he's likely headed straight back to this Voldemort fellow. We have methods of tracking unique magical signatures, Morticia added. Especially those with modifications. She glanced at Harry's scar. Transformations leave traces. Grandmama is particularly skilled at following such traces. As if summoned by her name, the elderly witch shuffled into the conservatory, carrying a steaming cauldron that emitted worrying purple sparks. Did I hear my name? I've been brewing tracking potions all afternoon. She cackled, setting the cauldron down with a thunk that made several nearby plants recoil. Just need something of the rats to focus it. A hair, a drop of blood, even a strong memory might do. Harry frowned. I don't have anything physical of Pettigrew's, but I did see him transform. Would a memory work? Perfect. Grandmama rubbed her gnarled hands together. We'll extract it the old-fashioned way, much more potent than those diluted pensive methods they teach at Hogwarts. Harry wasn't entirely sure what the old-fashioned way entailed, but before he could ask, things scuttled back into the room, clutching a small roll of parchment tied with a black ribbon. A response already? Gomez took the parchment from Thing and unrolled it eagerly. Yes. It's from Sirius. Harry jumped up. What does it say? Gomez cleared his throat dramatically. To the noble house of Addams, your message was unexpected but not unwelcome. If what you say is true and Harry is now under your protection, I am grateful beyond words. The Addams connection to the Black family is one I had nearly forgotten. My mother would be spinning in her grave to know I'm acknowledging it, which makes it all the sweeter. I am currently unable to reveal my location, but your messenger seems capable of finding me regardless. If Harry truly vouches for you, then I tentatively extend my trust. I would like nothing more than to see my godson and ensure his well-being myself. With cautious regards, Sirius Black P.S. If this is some kind of ministry trap, I should warn you that I am not alone and am quite prepared to disappear permanently. Excellent. Gomez rolled the parchment up again. Cautious but open to communication. Just what we'd expect from a man in his position. Harry felt a surge of excitement. Can we write back? Tell him he can come here. Better than that, Morticia said. Thing can lead him here directly. The mansion's protections will shield him from detection, just as they shield you from the trace. Really? When? Harry couldn't keep the eagerness from his voice. Morticia exchanged a look with Gomez. Tonight would be possible, but perhaps we should give Sirius time to prepare. Tomorrow night would be more appropriate. It's a full moon, the mansion's protections are strongest then. Harry's face fell slightly at the delay, but he nodded. Tomorrow makes sense. And it gives me time to get settled here too. Precisely, Morticia rose gracefully. Now, while Grandmama prepares for the memory extraction, perhaps Wednesday and Pugsley could give you a proper tour of the grounds. I believe they were planning to demonstrate their new crossbow in the cemetery. Harry wasn't entirely sure what crossbow practice in a cemetery entailed in the Addams household, but he found himself oddly eager to find out. Everything about this strange family was simultaneously terrifying and wonderful, so different from the forced normality of the Dursleys. That sounds great, he said sincerely. Morticia smiled. Excellent. Dinner is at 7, we dine formally, but don't worry about attire. We've taken the liberty of providing a new wardrobe for you. She gestured toward the door, where Lurch had appeared silently. Lurch will show you to the children. As Harry followed the shuffling butler back through the maze of corridors, he couldn't help but marvel at the turn his summer had taken. 24 hours ago, he'd been locked in Dudley's second bedroom, starving and isolated. Now he was living in a mansion with a family who not only accepted magic but embraced it in all its strange forms, who were actively helping him contact Sirius, and who seemed genuinely happy to have him. For the first time since leaving Hogwarts, Harry felt something close to happiness. Dinner with the Addams family was an experience Harry knew he would never forget. The dining room itself was something out of a Gothic horror novel, a cavernous space with a table long enough to seat 30, illuminated by candelabras that floated unsupported above the diners' heads, dripping wax that vanished before it could hit the table. The meal was served by Lurch, who moved with surprising grace despite his size, and occasionally by Thing, who scuttled across the table delivering bread rolls with remarkable dexterity for a disembodied hand. The food itself was adventurous. Harry politely declined something called yak eyes and honey, but found the roast beef quite normal and delicious, if oddly spiced. Conversation flowed freely, with none of the strict rules about children being seen and not heard that had dominated the Dursley household. So, Harry, Gomez said, gesturing with his fork, Wednesday tells me you're quite the flyer. Youngest seeker in a century. Harry nodded, surprised that the information had spread so quickly. Yeah, since first year. Marvelous. We must have you show us your skills. The mansion grounds include a small Quidditch pitch, hasn't been used in years, not since Cousin Vlad got impaled by his own broom. Gomez laughed heartily at what was apparently a fond family memory. Do you play? Harry asked. Gomez prefers fencing and trains, Morticia answered for her husband. But Pugsley has shown some interest in bludger techniques. Pugsley grinned. I like things that explode and cause damage. You'd make a good beater then, Harry said, earning a pleased look from the boy. What about your friends from school? Wednesday asked, her dark eyes fixed intently on Harry. Will they be concerned about your sudden disappearance from your relatives? Harry hesitated. I usually write to Ron and Hermione weekly, but the Dursleys had locked Hedwig up this summer. I haven't been able to contact them. Unacceptable, Morticia said firmly. You must write to them immediately after dinner. We'll ensure the letters are delivered safely. Won't Dumbledore notice I'm not at the Dursleys anymore? Harry asked, the thought suddenly occurring to him. Gomez and Morticia exchanged a look. We're counting on it, Gomez said with a grin that was just a shade too sharp to be entirely friendly. Albus Dumbledore and I are overdue for a conversation, Morticia added, sipping what looked suspiciously like blood from a crystal goblet. About appropriate guardianship of magical children. But the blood wards, Harry began, repeating what Dumbledore had always told him. Are significant, Morticia agreed, but not irreplaceable. The Addams mansion has protections that predate Hogwarts itself. Different in nature, perhaps, but no less effective. She set down her goblet. And they don't require you to suffer at the hands of those who should protect you. Harry felt a lump form in his throat again. No adult had ever spoken so plainly about his situation at the Dursleys, or seemed so genuinely outraged on his behalf. Thank you, he managed, focusing on his plate. No thanks necessary, my boy. Gomez declared. You're an Addams now, by adoption if not by blood. And Addamses protect their own. After dinner, true to her word, Morticia provided Harry with parchment and ink for writing to his friends. In his new bedroom, Harry sat at the ornate desk and penned careful letters to Ron and Hermione, explaining his changed circumstances without revealing too much about the Addams family, partly out of respect for their privacy, and partly because he wasn't sure his friends would understand his immediate affinity for this macabre household. To both, he wrote, I've been adopted by a wizarding family distantly related to Sirius. They rescued me from the Dursleys after learning how I was being treated. I'm safe and actually happy for once during summer holidays. I'll explain everything when I see you, but please don't worry. They're helping me contact Sirius safely, and they've promised to take me to Diagon Alley for school supplies and then to the Hogwarts Express on September 1st. Don't try to send Errol or any owl directly to me, the house has special protections. I'll arrange regular deliveries through safer methods. See you on the train if not before. Harry. He sealed both letters and handed them to Thing, who had appeared on his desk midway through his writing. The hand gave him a thumbs up before scuttling away with the letters clutched between its fingers. Harry crossed to the window, gazing out at the moonlit grounds of his new home. The Addams cemetery stretched before him, oddly beautiful in the silvery light. Beyond it, he could make out the Quidditch pitch Gomez had mentioned, and further still, the dark line of a forest that reminded him somewhat of the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts. Tomorrow, Sirius would come. Tomorrow, they would begin working on clearing his godfather's name. Tomorrow, his new life as an honorary Addams would truly begin. For the first time in his life, Harry found himself looking forward to tomorrow with genuine anticipation. Harry woke the next morning to find Wednesday Addams standing silently beside his bed, watching him sleep with her unervingly steady gaze. Gah! Harry bolted upright, grabbing for his glasses. Wednesday? What are you doing? Observing your sleep patterns, she replied matter-of-factly. You talk in Parseltongue when you dream. Did you know that? What? No, I didn't. Harry put on his glasses and checked the time. It was barely past dawn. How long have you been standing there? Long enough. She tilted her head. Breakfast is ready. Mother sent me to fetch you. We have a busy day ahead before your godfather arrives. Harry swung his legs out of bed, still trying to process the concept of breakfast at dawn and Wednesday watching him sleep. Right. Thanks. I'll be down in a few minutes. Wednesday nodded and turned to leave, pausing at the door. We're something practical. Pugsley and I are taking you bog diving after breakfast. Bog diving? Harry repeated blankly. 4 leeches. Grandmama needs them for the tracking potion. With that cryptic statement, she left, closing the door behind her. Harry dressed quickly in some of the new clothes he'd found in his wardrobe, all of which fit perfectly, though they had a slightly gothic flair that he suspected was the Addams family's influence. The black jeans and deep green shirt were simple enough, but the boots looked like something Professor Snape might wear if he ever abandoned his teaching robes. Still, they were the most practical footwear for whatever bog diving entailed, so Harry pulled them on and made his way down to breakfast. The Addams family was already gathered in the dining room, which looked completely different in daylight. What Harry had taken for decorative gargoyles last night turned out to be actual living creatures perched along the cornices, occasionally swooping down to snatch bits of food from the table. Harry, dear, did you sleep well? Morticia asked as he took a seat beside Pugsley. Yes, thank you, Harry replied, deciding not to mention Wednesday's early morning observation session. The bed was really comfortable. Marvelous. I had it stuffed with genuine medieval horsehair, Gomez declared, buttering a piece of toast with enthusiastic swipes. Nothing like authentic materials for a good night's rest. Breakfast itself was surprisingly normal: eggs, toast, sausages that Harry decided not to ask about the origin of, and a variety of fruits, some of which seemed to be still moving slightly. Harry stuck to the eggs and toast. "I understand Wednesday and Pugsley are taking you bog diving this morning," Morticia said, sipping from a steaming cup of something that smelled strongly of nightshade. Harry nodded. "They mentioned something about leeches?" "For the tracking potion, yes," Grandmama confirmed from the end of the table, where she was feeding bits of raw meat to what appeared to be a small carnivorous plant in a pot. "Nothing tracks magical signatures like swamp leeches. They can sense magic from a mile away in the right conditions." And after that, Gomez added, "I thought you might like to join me for some fencing practice. Best way to prepare for your godfather's arrival, working up a healthy sweat." Harry, who had never fenced in his life, smiled weakly. "That sounds great. And this afternoon," Morticia continued, "we'll need to prepare your memory of Peter Pettigrew for extraction. Grandmama's method is a bit more invasive than the pensive technique you might be familiar with from Hogwarts, but much more effective for our purposes." "How invasive are we talking?" Harry asked cautiously. "Oh, nothing to worry about," Grandmama waved a gnarled hand dismissively. "Just a small drill to the temple. You'll hardly feel it after the initial penetration of the skull." Harry choked on his pumpkin juice. "Mother's joking, of course," Morticia said, giving Grandmama a reproving look. "We use a psychic extraction method. No drilling required. Though you may experience some temporary displacement of your consciousness." "What does that mean exactly?" Harry asked, not sure this option sounded much better. "Your soul briefly leaves your body," Wednesday explained helpfully. "It's quite liberating, according to Cousin Phantom." Harry stared at her, then at the other Addamses, who were all watching him with various expressions of anticipation. "You know what?" he said finally. "After facing Voldemort and a basilisk, I think I can handle a temporary out-of-body experience." Gomez roared with laughter. "That's the spirit, my boy. You're a true Addams at heart." And strangely, despite the talk of soul extraction and skull drilling, Harry felt an unexpected warmth at Gomez's words. Being accepted as he was, peculiarities, danger magnet tendencies, and all, was still a novel experience. After breakfast, Wednesday and Pugsley led Harry through the grounds of the mansion to a swampy area tucked behind a stand of twisted willows. The bog itself was a bubbling expanse of murky water and suspicious-looking vegetation, with the occasional release of noxious gas creating ripples across its surface. Here, Pugsley handed Harry what looked like a butterfly net with a reinforced steel handle. "You'll need this. The leeches are quite aggressive," Wednesday added, rolling up the sleeves of her black dress. "They can sense magical blood. Yours will be particularly attractive to them." "Great," Harry said weakly, eyeing the bog with new apprehension. "So I'm basically bait?" "Precisely," Wednesday nodded approvingly. "You understand quickly." Before Harry could protest further, Pugsley had already waded knee-deep into the muck, wielding his own net with practiced ease. "Come on. It's more fun if you don't think about the flesh-eating bacteria." Harry looked to Wednesday, who merely shrugged. "He's exaggerating. The bacteria are mostly dormant this time of year." With a resigned sigh, Harry rolled up his jeans and followed Pugsley into the bog. The mud squelched unpleasantly between his toes despite his boots, and the water was surprisingly warm, almost like body temperature, which somehow made it worse. "There." Pugsley pointed excitedly at a ripple moving toward Harry. "Get ready." Harry raised his net as something dark and writhing broke the surface of the bog, a leech the size of his forearm, its mouth opening to reveal rows of needle-like teeth. "Stupefy." Harry reacted instinctively, pulling his wand from his pocket and sending the stunner straight at the creature. The leech froze mid-lunge, splashing back into the water with a dull thud. Pugsley and Wednesday stared at him. "You can do magic," Pugsley said, sounding impressed. "Outside of school." Harry, who had acted without thinking, suddenly remembered Gomez's words about the trace not working at the mansion. "Yeah, I guess I can." "Interesting approach," Wednesday observed, using her own net to scoop up the stunned leech. Efficient, if less sporting than traditional methods. Wednesday prefers to wrestle them, Pugsley explained cheerfully. More personal that way. Harry decided not to ask for a demonstration. Over the next hour, they collected a dozen leeches using a combination of Harry's stunning spells and the Addams siblings' more hands-on techniques. By the time they returned to the mansion, Harry was covered in mud, had several minor bite marks that Wednesday assured him probably wouldn't scar permanently, and had developed a grudging respect for the Addams children's resilience. They treated encounters with dangerous creatures as casual fun, reminding Harry somewhat of Hagrid's approach to monster handling. After cleaning up, Harry joined Gomez in what he called the training room, a cavernous space lined with weapons of every description, from conventional swords and maces to contraptions Harry couldn't even begin to identify. "Fencing, my boy," Gomez declared, tossing Harry a slender sword. "The ancient art of gentlemanly combat. Every wizard should know how to duel without a wand, don't you think?" Harry, who had never held a sword aside from the sword of Gryffindor, and that had been more of a desperate stabbing than skilled fencing, nodded uncertainly. "I guess so." "Excellent. En garde." Without further warning, Gomez lunged. What followed was a chaotic hour of Gomez enthusiastically attacking while Harry desperately defended himself, learning the basics of parrying through sheer survival instinct. To his surprise, Harry found he had decent reflexes for the sport, his seeker training translating well to the quick movements required. "Marvelous!" Gomez exclaimed after Harry successfully blocked a particularly aggressive thrust. "You're a natural, my boy. Must be the Black family blood in you somewhere." Harry, panting and sweating but grinning despite himself, lowered his sword. "I'm not actually related to the Blacks by blood, though. Just through Sirius being my godfather." Gomez waved a hand dismissively. "Details, details. In the wizarding world, godparent bonds create genuine magical connections. Didn't anyone tell you that? When Sirius became your godfather, he shared a portion of his family magic with you, a common practice in old pure-blood families." Harry blinked. "No one ever mentioned that." "Typical modern wizarding oversight," Gomez sniffed. "Forgetting the old ways. That connection is precisely why Morticia could invoke family magic to claim guardianship over you. The bond might be thin, but it exists." Harry absorbed this new information thoughtfully. Another connection to Sirius he hadn't known about, another piece of wizarding culture no one had bothered to explain to him. "Is that why the mirror connected to Mrs. Addams instead of Sirius?" he asked. "Precisely." Gomez beamed. "Blood calls to blood, as Morticia says. The mirror sought the nearest available Black family connection when Sirius himself was unreachable. Magic follows paths of least resistance." He checked his watch, an ornate pocket watch that appeared to have 13 hours instead of 12. "Speaking of, we should get you to Grandmama. Memory extraction waits for no man." The memory extraction process turned out to be less physically invasive than Grandmama had implied at breakfast, but no less unsettling. In a small, dimly lit room that Morticia called the séance parlor, Harry sat in a high-backed chair while Grandmama prepared a bubbling cauldron. "Focus on your memory of Pettigrew," she instructed, adding what Harry sincerely hoped wasn't an actual eyeball to the mixture. "Every detail, his appearance, his transformation, his voice, his smell. Especially the finger. The missing finger is important." Harry closed his eyes, concentrating on the vivid memory of that night in the Shrieking Shack, Ron's shock, Hermione's gasp, the way Pettigrew had cowered and begged after being forced out of his rat form. "Good, good," Grandmama murmured, her voice seeming to come from very far away. "Keep that image clear." Harry felt a strange tugging sensation behind his eyes, as though someone had hooked his brain and was gently but insistently pulling. The room around him seemed to fade, replaced by the vivid scene from his memory, but he was no longer viewing it as a participant. Instead, he seemed to be floating above the scene, watching himself, Ron, Hermione, Lupin, Sirius, and Pettigrew as though observing a play. Curious, came Wednesday's voice, though Harry couldn't see her. His memory includes himself. Most people remember from their own perspective only. He's a natural accoutrement, Morticia's voice replied from the void. Probably developed as a defense mechanism against the soul fragment in his scar. Harry tried to ask what they meant, but found he couldn't speak. The tugging sensation increased, and suddenly he felt a sharp wrench, as though something had been pulled forcibly from his mind. With a gasp, he opened his eyes to find himself back in the séance parlor. Grandmama stood over the cauldron, which now glowed with a silvery light similar to pensive memories but somehow more substantial, almost solid. "Perfect," she cackled, stirring the mixture with a long bone. "Such clarity. Such detail. The leeches will have no trouble tracking this signature." Harry felt oddly lightheaded. "Did it work?" "Beautifully," Morticia assured him, placing a cool hand on his forehead. "Rest a moment. Soul displacement can leave one feeling somewhat untethered." Harry realized she was right. He felt strangely disconnected from his body, as though he might float away if he didn't concentrate on staying in his skin. "Is this what dying feels like?" he asked without thinking. "Not quite," Morticia answered seriously. "Death is more permanent, of course, though some of our ancestors report similar sensations during the transition." She helped him to his feet. "Come, a glass of Grandmama's restorative tonic will help ground you." The tonic tasted like liquid metal and something herbal Harry couldn't identify, but it did help. By dinner time, he felt almost normal again, though occasionally he would catch glimpses of what seemed to be ghostly figures at the corners of his vision, figures that vanished when he turned to look at them directly. "Side effect of the extraction," Pugsley explained when Harry mentioned it. "You're seeing through the veil temporarily. It'll wear off by morning." "The veil?" Harry questioned. "Between life and death," Wednesday clarified. "Most wizards need thestrals or death magic to see through it. You've got a head start with that soul fragment, though." Harry decided to focus on his dinner and not think too hard about any of that. As night fell, the Addams mansion seemed to come alive in a new way. Shadows moved with greater purpose, the gargoyles grew more active, and the very air thrummed with anticipation. Morticia explained that the full moon strengthened certain types of family magic, particularly the mansion's concealment enchantments and protective wards. "Perfect conditions for your godfather's arrival," she said as they gathered in the main hall after dinner. "Thing has gone to escort him. They should be here within the hour." Harry paced nervously, unable to sit still. It had been barely a month since he'd last seen Sirius, but it felt much longer. So much had changed in just the past 2 days. How would Sirius react to Harry's new guardians? Would he approve? Would he stay, or would he feel compelled to keep running? "Stop fretting," Wednesday said from where she sat on the grand staircase, calmly sharpening what appeared to be a small throwing dagger. "Your anxiety is disturbing the house spirits." "Sorry," Harry said automatically, then paused. "Wait, house spirits?" "Of course," Pugsley nodded, looking up from the small explosive device he was assembling. "Every old house has them. Don't the Hogwarts ones ever talk to you?" Before Harry could answer, the massive front door creaked open, sending a gust of wind through the hallway that extinguished half the candles. Thing scuttled in first, making excited gestures with his fingers. And then, silhouetted against the moonlight, a large black dog padded into the hall. "Sirius!" Harry exclaimed, rushing forward. The dog looked around cautiously, sniffing the air, before fixing its eyes on Harry. In an instant it transformed, and Sirius Black stood there, still thin and haggard, his hair long and unkempt, but with a smile breaking across his face at the sight of his godson. "Harry," he breathed, opening his arms. Harry didn't hesitate, launching himself into his godfather's embrace. Sirius held him tightly, and for a moment, nothing else mattered, not the strange house, not the Addamses watching silently, not the danger still hanging over them both. "I can't believe you're here," Harry said when they finally separated. "Neither can I," Sirius admitted, his eyes darting around the hall, taking in the Gothic splendor and the assembled Addams family. When your message came, I thought it must be a trap. But then I remembered the Addamses. His gaze settled on Morticia. You must be Morticia. I recognize you from family portraits my mother kept hidden in the attic, too scandalous to display, apparently, which in the Black household is really saying something. Morticia inclined her head gracefully. Sirius Black. The infamous escapee. How delightful to finally meet you. Your mother and I corresponded occasionally, though she never approved of the Addams connection. If my mother disapproved, that's recommendation enough for me, Sirius said with a bark of laughter. His gaze shifted to Gomez. And you must be Gomez Addams. Your reputation precedes you. All good things, I hope. Gomez bounded forward to pump Sirius's hand enthusiastically. Or terribly bad ones, either is fine with us. Sirius grinned, some of the tension leaving his shoulders. A bit of both. His eyes moved to the children. And these must be the younger Addamses. Wednesday and Pugsley stepped forward, eyeing Sirius with identical expressions of clinical interest. Is it true you spent 12 years in Azkaban surrounded by Dementors? Wednesday asked without preamble. Did you really bite a ministry official's finger off during your capture? Pugsley added eagerly. Wednesday, Pugsley, Morticia chided gently. Let our guest catch his breath before the interrogation. She turned to Sirius. You must be hungry after your journey. Lurch has prepared a midnight feast in your honor. Sirius looked momentarily overwhelmed by the hospitality, but rallied quickly. That would be wonderful. I haven't had a proper meal in, well, quite some time. Before that, Harry interrupted, unable to contain himself any longer. What happened? Where have you been? Are you safe? How did Thing find you? Sirius laughed, ruffling Harry's hair affectionately. One question at a time, Harry. I've been moving constantly, staying in caves and forests mostly. As for how your disembodied friend found me. He glanced at Thing, who had perched on a nearby banister. I'm still not entirely sure. One minute I was alone, the next there was a hand tugging at my fur, delivering a message. Thing has ways of finding people who don't wish to be found, Gomez said proudly. Family gift. Morticia gestured toward the dining hall. Come. We can discuss everything over food. You both must have much to catch up on. As they moved toward the dining room, Sirius kept a hand on Harry's shoulder, as though reassuring himself his godson was really there. Harry couldn't stop grinning. For the first time in his life, he felt like he had a real family, bizarre and macabre as they might be. The Addams family, Sirius Black, and Harry Potter. A stranger group might never have existed, but as they gathered around the table under the light of the full moon, with Lurch serving dishes that occasionally moved on their own and Thing passing bread rolls, Harry thought it might just be the happiest he'd ever been. So, Sirius said once they were settled, looking around at the Addamses, I believe you mentioned something about clearing my name. Gomez grinned, a spark of mischief in his eyes that matched Sirius's own. Indeed we did, cousin. Indeed we did. And as Morticia began outlining their plan, with Grandmama occasionally interjecting details about her tracking potion, Harry felt something he'd rarely experienced before, genuine hope for the future. Chapter 2, Dark Reunion. Sirius pushed his empty plate away and leaned back in his chair, looking more relaxed than Harry had ever seen him. The midnight feast had been elaborate, if slightly disturbing. Harry had carefully avoided asking about several dishes that moved of their own accord, focusing instead on the surprisingly delicious roast beef and potatoes. So let me get this straight, Sirius said, directing his words to Morticia. You're tracking Pettigrew using a potion made from leeches and Harry's extracted memory. Precisely, Morticia nodded, dabbing her red lips delicately with a black napkin. The leeches have a natural affinity for magical signatures. When combined with a direct memory, they become quite persistent hunters. We'll release them tomorrow night, Grandmama added, her gnarled fingers steepled beneath her chin. During the waning moon, when tracking magic is strongest, they'll seek out the rat's essence wherever he hides. Sirius exchanged a look with Harry. And you're sure this will work? Addams' family magic rarely fails, Gomez declared, slicing himself another piece of what appeared to be still writhing cake. Though the results can sometimes be unpredictable. Unpredictable how? Harry asked cautiously. Wednesday set down her fork. The leeches might bring back Pettigrew piece by piece rather than whole. That's efficient, Sirius remarked after a moment, and Harry was surprised to see a dark gleam in his godfather's eyes that matched the Addams' own macabre humor. Once we locate Pettigrew, Morticia continued, we'll need evidence of his survival to present to the ministry. Cousin ITT has connections in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement who might be persuaded to look at new evidence without going through official channels. Cousin ITT? Sirius raised an eyebrow. As if on cue, what looked like a mobile haystack waddled into the dining room, making high-pitched squeaking sounds that somehow conveyed meaning despite not resembling any language Harry had ever heard. Ah, ITT. Gomez jumped up to greet the newcomer. We were just discussing your ministry contacts. The hair-covered figure squeaked rapidly, gesturing with tiny gloved hands barely visible beneath the curtain of hair. How interesting, Morticia remarked. ITT says his friend at the DMLE has been investigating inconsistencies in your case file, Sirius. Apparently, your lack of trial has raised some bureaucratic eyebrows. You understand that? Harry whispered to Pugsley, who was seated beside him. Of course, Pugsley whispered back. Don't you? Sirius leaned forward, suddenly intent. Someone at the ministry is questioning my case. Who? Cousin ITT squeaked again, more rapidly this time. A young Auror named Tonks, Morticia translated. Apparently, she's been requesting access to sealed records. Sirius's face lit up. Tonks? Andromeda's daughter? You know her? Harry asked. She's my cousin, well, my cousin's daughter, Sirius explained. Andromeda was always the decent one in the family. Got disowned for marrying a Muggle-born, Ted Tonks. Their daughter would be in her 20s now. He turned back to cousin ITT. Is there any way to contact her safely? The hairy figure nodded vigorously, then squeaked what seemed like a lengthy explanation. ITT says he can arrange a secure meeting, Gomez translated this time. He has access to the ministry through the ventilation system. Been monitoring them for years, standard Addams practice, keeping tabs on governments. Harry stared at cousin ITT with newfound respect. The strange being was apparently far more than the walking hairball he appeared to be. If we can get an Auror on our side, Sirius mused, especially one with family connections who might actually believe me. It's a start, Morticia agreed. But we'll need more than one ally within the ministry. Fortunately, the Addams name still carries weight in certain circles. And inspires terror in others, Wednesday added with what might have been pride. Speaking of official matters, Morticia turned to Harry, we should discuss your return to Hogwarts. Term begins in just over a month, and I expect we'll be hearing from Albus Dumbledore well before then about your change in guardianship. Harry felt a twist of anxiety. Do you think he'll try to send me back to the Dursleys? He can try, Gomez said darkly, twirling his mustache. The paperwork is already filed with both Muggle and magical authorities. The Dursleys signed willingly. Even Dumbledore will find it difficult to reverse a magical guardianship transfer once blood ties have been formally acknowledged. And I'll be right here, Sirius added firmly, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder. I'm not going anywhere, Harry. Not anymore. But you're still a wanted man, Harry pointed out. What if someone sees you? The Addams mansion exists in what magical theorists call a liminal space, Morticia explained. The ministry's tracking charms cannot penetrate our wards. Sirius is quite safe here, as are you, Harry. The conversation continued well into the night, discussing plans and contingencies. By the time they finally retired, the moon was setting and dawn was approaching. Harry showed Sirius to the guest room adjacent to his own tower bedroom, watching as his godfather took in the Gothic furnishings with visible amusement. "Interesting friends you've made, Harry," Sirius remarked, testing the four-poster bed with its black silk sheets and raven feather pillows. "They're brilliant," Harry said defensively. "I know they're a bit different is good," Sirius interrupted with a genuine smile. "The Addamses have always been outcasts even among wizards. But they're fiercely loyal to family, and they've claimed you as their own." He sat on the edge of the bed. "I couldn't have hoped for better protectors for you." Harry relaxed. "So you're okay with all this? The mansion, the weird magic, everything?" "Harry, I spent 12 years in Azkaban. My threshold for weird is significantly higher than most." Sirius grinned. "Besides, I was always the black sheep of the Black family. The Addamses appreciate that sort of thing." "They really do," Harry agreed, thinking of how readily they'd accepted his Parseltongue ability and the strange connection to Voldemort that most wizards would have feared. "It's nice to be somewhere that doesn't treat me like I'm a freak for being different." Sirius's expression sobered. "Those Dursleys have a lot to answer for. I should have been there for you, Harry. I should never have gone after Pettigrew that night." "It wasn't your fault," Harry said firmly. "And we're going to clear your name now. Together." Sirius stood and pulled Harry into a tight hug. "Get some rest, kid. Something tells me life with the Addamses keeps you on your toes." Harry returned to his tower room, collapsing into bed just as dawn light began filtering through the windows. Despite the late hour, his mind raced with everything that had happened. In just 3 days, his entire life had transformed. He had a real home now, a family who accepted him, bizarre as they might be, and his godfather sleeping just down the hall. For the first time since leaving Hogwarts, Harry fell asleep without worrying about what tomorrow would bring. The next few days established a new routine at the Addams mansion. Harry woke each morning to find different members of the family engaged in activities that would have given the Dursleys collective heart failure. Grandmama spent her mornings in the conservatory, harvesting questionable plants for her potions while carrying on conversations with what appeared to be disembodied spirits. Pugsley could usually be found in the dungeon, which Harry initially thought was a joke, until Pugsley gave him the tour, experimenting with explosives of increasing complexity. Wednesday practiced her archery in the cemetery, using gravestones as targets with remarkable precision. Gomez and Morticia were often found fencing in the Grand Hall, their swordplay a strange blend of combat and dance that usually ended with Gomez kissing his way up Morticia's arm while she gazed at him with smoldering intensity. The first time Harry witnessed this, he backed away awkwardly, but soon learned it was simply how they expressed their rather passionate relationship. Sirius, meanwhile, settled into the household with surprising ease. After years of imprisonment and months on the run, he embraced the Addams lifestyle with enthusiasm, joining Gomez for fencing lessons and engaging in long conversations with Morticia about the interconnections between old wizarding families. He spent hours in the Addams library, which contained books that would have been locked in the restricted section at Hogwarts, researching magical law and historical cases of wrongful imprisonment. Most importantly to Harry, Sirius made time every day just for him. They flew together on the small Quidditch pitch, Sirius borrowing an ancient but surprisingly fast Addams family broom. They talked about Harry's parents, with Sirius sharing stories that made James and Lily Potter come alive in ways they never had before. And Sirius began teaching Harry more advanced defensive magic, preparing him for whatever challenges the new school year might bring. "Your dad would be so proud of your flying," Sirius said one afternoon as they touched down after a particularly intense session of seeker drills. "He was good, but you're better." Harry beamed at the praise. "What about my mum? Did she fly too?" "Lily preferred keeping her feet on the ground," Sirius replied, leading the way back toward the mansion. "But she was brilliant at charms, could create spells that most adult wizards couldn't master." That's something we should work on with you. Create spells? Harry raised his eyebrows. Is that even possible for someone my age? With the right instruction, absolutely. Sirius grinned. And between me and the Addamses, you've got access to magic they definitely don't teach at Hogwarts. As if to prove his point, they rounded the corner to find Wednesday and Pugsley in the middle of the garden, conducting what appeared to be a bizarre ritual involving a chicken foot, several candles, and a cauldron that emitted blue sparks. What are you doing? Harry asked, approaching cautiously. Summoning, Wednesday replied without looking up from the precise placement of the chicken foot. Grandmama says our tracking potion needs a guide spirit. A what? Sirius glanced at Harry, who shrugged. A spirit to direct the leeches, Pugsley explained, lighting another black candle. Otherwise they might follow any magical signature they encounter. We need something that can recognize Pettigrew specifically. And you're summoning this guide spirit, how exactly? Sirius asked, professional curiosity overriding any reservations. With a sacrifice, of course, Wednesday said matter-of-factly. Don't worry, just the chicken foot. Grandmama used the rest for soup. Harry and Sirius watched as the Addams children completed their ritual, which culminated in the chicken foot dissolving into the cauldron with a puff of foul-smelling smoke. A moment later, a ghostly blue shape emerged, not quite a full ghost like those at Hogwarts, but a vaguely animal-like form that hovered above the cauldron. Is that a fox? Harry squinted at the spectral creature. A hunter, Wednesday nodded with satisfaction. Perfect for tracking rats. The spirit fox circled the cauldron 3 times, then dove back into the bubbling liquid, which flashed bright blue before settling into a more subdued glow. Done. Pugsley announced. Now we just need to add the memory-infused leeches tonight, and the tracking can begin. Harry glanced at Sirius, who looked impressed despite himself. Your new cousins have some impressive skills, he murmured as they continued toward the mansion. They're teaching me bits and pieces, Harry admitted. Nothing dark, he added quickly, seeing Sirius's expression. Just, different magic than what we learn at Hogwarts. The Addams family magic dates back centuries, Sirius said thoughtfully. Some of it predates the separation between what the Ministry now classifies as light and dark magic. It's more primordial. Closer to nature and death and the fundamental forces. He shook his head. My family practiced dark arts for power and control. The Addamses practice their magic because it's who they are. There's a difference. Harry nodded, understanding intuitively what Sirius meant. The Addamses never seemed malicious in their strangeness, just utterly themselves, without apology or compromise. They entered the mansion to find Lurch waiting for them in the entry hall, his imposing figure somehow conveying urgency despite his impassive expression. Visitor, he rumbled, gesturing toward the drawing room. Sirius tensed immediately. Who? Albus Dumbledore, came Morticia's voice as she emerged from the drawing room, looking as composed as ever in a flowing black gown that trailed along the floor. He's come about Harry, as expected. Harry felt a surge of anxiety. Is he angry? Concerned, he says, Morticia replied with the slightest arch of her eyebrow. Sirius, perhaps you should transform for now. While our home is protected, caution seems prudent until we're certain of his intentions. Sirius nodded grimly and shifted into his dog form, padding over to stand protectively beside Harry. Come, Harry, Morticia beckoned. Let's not keep the headmaster waiting. Gomez is entertaining him with stories of the family crypt. Harry followed Morticia into the drawing room, Sirius as Padfoot at his heels. The room, like the rest of the mansion, was decorated in Victorian Gothic splendor, with velvet drapes, ornate furniture, and a collection of weapons displayed prominently on one wall. Gomez stood by the fireplace, gesturing animatedly as he spoke to Albus Dumbledore, who sat in a high-backed chair looking slightly overwhelmed by his surroundings. And that's when we discovered Great Aunt Balthoria wasn't actually dead. Gomez was saying. Just in a century-long trance. Woke up right in the middle of her own funeral. Gave the pallbearers quite a shock. Fascinating, Dumbledore murmured, though his eyes lit up with relief when he spotted Harry. Ah, Harry, there you are. I've been quite concerned about your sudden change of residence. Harry moved further into the room, feeling Padfoot press reassuringly against his leg. Hello, Professor. Headmaster Dumbledore was just explaining his surprise at finding you no longer at your aunt and uncle's home, Morticia said smoothly, taking a seat across from Dumbledore. Something about blood wards that apparently failed to notify him when you left willingly with family. Dumbledore's eyes, usually twinkling, were serious behind his half-moon spectacles. Yes, a curious development indeed. I placed specific monitoring charms that should have alerted me to any disturbance in Harry's living situation. Our family magic predates most modern monitoring charms, Gomez explained cheerfully, dropping into a chair beside Morticia. Creates all sorts of interesting interference. Had the same issue with the Spanish Inquisition, could never quite track us down properly. Dumbledore's gaze shifted from Gomez to Morticia, then to Harry, before settling on Padfoot with sudden intensity. And who might this be? He asked mildly, though Harry detected a note of something sharp beneath the casual question. Our dog, Padfoot, Harry said quickly. He's very protective. I see. Dumbledore steepled his fingers. Harry, while I understand you may have found the Addams family more congenial than your relatives, I must stress the importance of the protection afforded by living with your mother's blood. You mean the protection of being locked in a cupboard for 10 years? Harry replied, unable to keep the bitterness from his voice. Or having bars on my windows? Or being starved? Dumbledore had the grace to look discomfited. I was not aware your situation was quite so dire. Had I known, you were informed, Morticia interrupted coolly. Multiple times, according to Harry. By Minerva McGonagall before you even placed him there. By Harry himself. By the Weasley boys who had to remove bars from his window. Yet you returned him to that environment year after year. Padfoot growled low in his throat, and Harry placed a calming hand on his head, though he silently agreed with the sentiment. The blood protection is not insignificant, Dumbledore insisted. It has kept Harry safe from Voldemort and his followers, while exposing him to danger within those very walls, Morticia finished. A curious definition of safety, Headmaster. We prefer a more comprehensive approach to protection. The Addams mansion has defenses that make blood wards look like first-year charms, Gomez added, suddenly serious. No one enters without our permission. No magic works within these walls unless we allow it. And unlike Harry's relatives, we actually want him here. Dumbledore sighed heavily. I see you've made up your minds. Nevertheless, I must insist on reviewing the legal arrangements. Guardianship of Harry Potter is not a simple matter to be decided on a whim. Whim? Morticia raised a single perfect eyebrow. I assure you, Headmaster, the Addams family does nothing on whim. We have established a legitimate blood connection through the House of Black and secured legal guardianship in both magical and Muggle systems. She produced a roll of parchment from a drawer in the side table. The documents, should you wish to examine them. Dumbledore took the offered parchment, his expression unreadable as he scanned its contents. A connection through Sirius Black, he finally asked, looking up sharply. Harry tensed, feeling Padfoot do the same beside him. As Harry's godfather, Sirius Black established a magical familial bond, Morticia explained calmly. That bond creates a legitimate connection to the Black family, distant cousins to the Addams line. Perfectly standard procedure for godparent relationships in old wizarding families. A procedure that becomes rather complicated when the godparent in question is a convicted criminal, Dumbledore pointed out mildly. Convicted without trial, Gomez corrected. A point our legal representatives are currently exploring. The lack of due process creates fascinating loopholes in magical guardianship law. Dumbledore studied them for a long moment, then sighed. I see you've thought this through quite thoroughly. May I ask what prompted this sudden interest in Harry's welfare? A magical connection, Morticia replied. Harry attempted to contact Sirius Black using an enchanted mirror. The magic, seeking the closest available Black family connection, reached me instead. Her dark eyes fixed on Dumbledore with unsettling intensity. I saw a child in distress, in conditions no child should endure. The rest followed naturally. I'm not going back to the Dursleys, Harry said firmly. I'm staying here, with people who actually care about me. Padfoot nudged his hand approvingly. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long moment, something like regret flickering across his features. I had hoped the situation at your aunt and uncle's was not as severe as you've described. I believed blood protection worth certain sacrifices. It wasn't your sacrifice to make, Harry replied quietly. The room fell silent. Even Gomez seemed subdued, watching the exchange with uncharacteristic stillness. Finally, Dumbledore re-rolled the parchment and handed it back to Morticia. The guardianship appears to be in order. I cannot legally compel Harry to return to his relatives if he has a recognized magical guardian who is willing to take responsibility for his safety. He fixed his gaze on the Addamses. However, I must stress that Harry's safety is paramount. Voldemort is not gone, merely disembodied. There are forces at work that seek Harry's harm. We are quite familiar with forces that seek harm, Morticia said with a slight smile that sent a chill through the room. The Addams family has survived attempts at our destruction for generations. Harry will be protected. And I expect he will return to Hogwarts in September? Dumbledore asked. Of course, Gomez exclaimed, his energy returning. Wouldn't dream of depriving the boy of his education. Though we may supplement it with some family teachings during holidays. Dumbledore looked like he wanted to inquire further about these family teachings, but thought better of it. Instead, he rose to his feet. Then I shall take my leave. Harry, I trust you will keep in touch. Perhaps inform me if you plan any excursions from the mansion. Yes, Professor, Harry agreed, relieved that the confrontation had gone better than expected. Gomez jumped up. I'll show you out, Headmaster. Mind the third step, it tends to vanish on Wednesdays. Family joke, you see. Wednesday's day, vanishing step. He chortled at his own humor as he escorted Dumbledore from the room. Once they were gone, Morticia turned to Harry and Padfoot. That went rather well, I think. Padfoot transformed back into Sirius with a quick shimmer. He suspects I'm here, he said immediately. Did you see the way he looked at me in dog form? Certainly, Morticia nodded. Albus has always been perceptive. But suspicion is not the same as certainty, and he would not act without proof. Not when it would mean acknowledging his own failure regarding Harry's placement. You think he feels guilty? Harry asked, surprised. Guilt, responsibility, concern, Morticia listed. Dumbledore carries many burdens, and you are among the heaviest, Harry. He placed you with the Dursleys, against advice, believing it the safest option. To admit that decision caused you harm would be to admit a grave miscalculation. And Dumbledore doesn't admit mistakes easily, Sirius added grimly. He's a good man at heart, Harry, but he thinks in terms of the greater good, sometimes at the expense of individuals. Harry frowned, processing this perspective on the headmaster he'd always trusted implicitly. So what happens now? Now, we proceed with our plans, Morticia said. Dumbledore will likely increase his own efforts to locate Pettigrew, having realized we're pursuing the same goal. That works to our advantage, more eyes searching increases the chances of success. And tonight, Sirius added with a predatory gleam in his eye, we release the tracking leeches and begin the hunt properly. The ritual to activate the tracking potion took place at midnight in the Addams family cemetery. Harry stood beside Sirius, watching as Morticia, Grandmama, and the children arranged themselves around the bubbling cauldron they had transported from the garden. The full moon had waned slightly but still cast enough light to illuminate the gathering with an ethereal glow. The cemetery itself was unlike any Harry had seen before. The gravestones ranged from ancient, weathered markers to elaborate mausoleums, some bearing names dating back centuries. All around them, the ground seemed alive with subtle movements and whispers that Harry tried to convince himself were just the wind. "The Addams have always buried their dead on family grounds," Sirius murmured, noticing Harry's curious gaze. "They believe it keeps the family magic strong, the ancestors remain connected to their descendants." "That's actually kind of nice," Harry decided. "In a creepy way." Sirius grinned. "That pretty much sums up the Addamses in general. Are we ready to begin?" Morticia called, her voice carrying clearly through the night air. Grandmama nodded, stirring the cauldron one final time. "The leeches have fully absorbed the memory essence. The spirit guide is prepared. We need only the final component, blood of the seeker." She looked expectantly at Sirius, who stepped forward without hesitation. "What do I need to do?" "Just a drop, freely given, to bind your intent to the search," Grandmama explained, offering a silver dagger with an ornately carved handle. Sirius took the blade and made a small cut across his palm, allowing several drops of blood to fall into the cauldron. The mixture flashed brilliant blue, then settled into a pulsing glow that cast strange shadows across the assembled faces. "Now we release the hunters," Morticia announced, producing a glass jar filled with the swamp leeches Harry and the children had collected days earlier. With ceremonial precision, she poured the contents of the jar into the cauldron. The leeches, now glowing with the same blue light as the potion, swirled in the mixture before suddenly launching themselves upward in a coordinated mass. They hovered in the air for a moment, forming what looked almost like a map of glowing blue lines, before scattering in all directions with surprising speed. "They're off!" Gomez exclaimed, clapping his hands with delight. "The hunt begins." "How will we know if they find anything?" Harry asked, watching the last of the glowing shapes disappear into the night. "The spirit guide will return to us when the prey is located," Wednesday explained. "Bringing either information or pieces." "Hopefully information," Sirius muttered. "Now we wait," Morticia said, closing the now empty jar. The leeches could take hours or days to find their target, depending on how far Pettigrew has fled and what protections surround him. In the meantime, Gomez turned to Harry and Sirius with characteristic enthusiasm. "We have another matter to address. Harry's magical education." Harry blinked at the sudden change of topic. "My education?" "Certainly." Gomez wrapped an arm around Harry's shoulders, leading him back toward the mansion as the others followed. "You've been limited to ministry-approved magic, standard Hogwarts curriculum. But as an Addams, even an honorary one, you should have access to our family magics too." "What kind of magic are we talking about?" Sirius asked, a mixture of curiosity and caution in his voice. "The ancient arts," Morticia replied as they entered the mansion. "Wandless manifestations. Communion with spirits. Elemental affinities. Magic that predates the structured spellwork of modern wizardry." "Blood magic?" Sirius questioned sharply. "Nothing requiring unwilling sacrifice," Morticia assured him. "The Addams family practices consensual magic only. We may enjoy the macabre, but we respect free will above all." They gathered in the library, a vast room with towering bookshelves that reached the vaulted ceiling. Leather-bound tomes lined the walls, many with titles in languages Harry didn't recognize. A large circular table occupied the center of the room, already prepared with candles and various mysterious implements. "We'll start with something simple," Gomez decided. Elemental attunement. Every wizard has a natural affinity for one of the classical elements: fire, water, earth, or air. Finding yours helps focus your innate magic. "I never learned this at Hogwarts," Harry said, fascinated despite his initial wariness. "Modern magical education focuses on standardization, making every witch and wizard learn the same spells in the same ways," Morticia explained. "It's efficient for creating a functional magical society, but it neglects individual magical strengths and affinities. Your father had an affinity for air, Sirius added unexpectedly. Made him a natural flyer and exceptional at transformation magic. Your mother leaned toward water, adaptable, intuitive, strong in charm work. You know about this? Harry asked, surprised. Sirius shrugged. The Blacks maintained many old traditions, even as they became dark in other ways. Elemental affinity testing was done for all Black children on their 8th birthday. I tested strongly for fire, much to my mother's dismay. Fire affinities tend to be rebellious. Perfect. Gomez clapped his hands. Then you can demonstrate for Harry. What followed was unlike any magic lesson Harry had experienced at Hogwarts. The Addamses, with Sirius's somewhat rusty assistance, guided Harry through a series of exercises designed to test his reactions to the 4 elements. He held his hands over flames, immersed them in bowls of water, pressed them into soil from the cemetery, and tried to feel the movement of air between his fingers. To everyone's interest, Harry showed a dual affinity, responding strongly to both air and fire. Unusual but not unheard of, Morticia observed as Harry managed to make a candle flame leap from one wick to another without physical contact. The air from your father, certainly. The fire. She glanced meaningfully at his scar. From Voldemort? Harry asked, letting the flame die down. Perhaps, Morticia nodded. Soul connections can transfer magical affinities. It would explain your facility with Parseltongue as well. Serpents are creatures of fire in many magical traditions. Can I use this somehow? Harry asked, looking at the candle he'd manipulated. In practical magic, I mean. Absolutely. Gomez exclaimed. Element-aligned wizards can perform certain types of magic with greater ease and power. Fire-aligned wizards excel at combat magic, transformations, and anything requiring passionate intent. Air-aligned wizards have advantages in movement magic, divination, and mental disciplines. Including occlumency, Sirius added thoughtfully. The art of protecting your mind from external intrusion. Given your connection to Voldemort, that might be extremely useful for you to learn, Harry. Can you teach me? Harry asked eagerly. Sirius grimaced. I was never particularly skilled at it myself. James was better, with his air affinity. I can teach you the foundations, Morticia offered. The Addams family has always valued mental privacy. Our children begin learning before they attend formal schooling. It's true, Wednesday confirmed from where she sat reading a particularly ancient-looking tome. I've been blocking mind intrusion since I was 7. Pugsley took longer. Only because I preferred setting mental traps to building walls, Pugsley protested. Professor Snape tried to read my mind once during first year. Got stuck in a loop of exploding cauldrons for 10 minutes. Harry stared at him. Snape reads students' minds. Surface thoughts only, I expect, Morticia said. Many legilimens develop the habit of casual scanning, impolite but common in positions of authority. This revelation added a new dimension to Harry's interactions with Snape. Had the potions professor been skimming his thoughts during classes? The idea made his skin crawl. We'll start your training tomorrow, Morticia decided. Tonight, you should rest. Elemental work can be draining for beginners. Harry did feel oddly tired, despite the excitement of the leech tracking ritual and the magical lesson. He nodded gratefully and bid everyone good night, making his way up to his tower bedroom with Sirius accompanying him. What do you think of all this? Harry asked as they climbed the winding staircase. The Addams magic, I mean. Sirius considered the question seriously. It's definitely not what the Ministry would approve of, but it's not dark in the way my family's magic was. It's primal. Closer to the original sources of magic. He shrugged. And frankly, Harry, I'd rather you have every possible tool at your disposal. Something tells me you'll need all the advantages you can get in the coming years. Harry paused at his bedroom door. Because Voldemort's coming back. I fear so, Sirius said grimly. The signs were there even before I escaped Azkaban. Dumbledore certainly believes it. And when he does return, he'll come for you first. Great, Harry muttered. Something to look forward to. Sirius squeezed his shoulder. Get some sleep. We'll continue with both the hunt for Pettigrew and your magical training tomorrow. Harry nodded and entered his room, feeling the now familiar comfort of the space the Addamses had created for him. His trunk sat open near the wardrobe, school books mixed with the new texts Morticia had provided from the family library. Hedwig's perch stood by the window, though the owl herself was out hunting. As he prepared for bed, Harry realized how quickly he'd adapted to life in the Addams mansion. What would have seemed terrifying or revolting just weeks ago, the moving suits of armor, the sentient houseplants, the casual references to centuries-old relatives who might not be entirely dead, now felt almost normal. More normal, in fact, than life had ever felt at the Dursleys. Harry fell asleep pondering the irony that he'd found his most comfortable home yet with a family that prided itself on being as abnormal as possible. The next morning, Harry woke to find Thing perched on his bedside table, frantically gesturing toward the door. "What is it?" Harry asked, fumbling for his glasses. "Is something wrong?" Thing made a series of gestures that Harry couldn't interpret, then simply grabbed Harry's hand and tugged insistently. Okay, I'm coming," Harry muttered, pulling on his clothes quickly and following the animated hand through the mansion's corridors. Thing led him to the library, where the entire Addams family plus Sirius had already gathered around the central table. In the middle sat a glass container with a glowing blue shape inside, the spirit fox that had been sent with the tracking leeches. "It's back!" Harry exclaimed, hurrying forward. "Did it find Pettigrew?" Morticia looked up from examining the spirit. "Indeed it has. Our little hunter returned just before dawn." "And?" Sirius asked tensely. "Where is he?" "Little Hangleton," Grandmama announced, consulting a map spread on the table beside the container. "A small village in Yorkshire. The spirit guide shows Pettigrew hiding in what appears to be an old manor house. Does anyone recognize the location?" Gomez asked, looking around the table. The adults shook their heads, but to everyone's surprise, it was Wednesday who spoke up. "Riddle Manor," she said quietly. "It's the former home of Tom Riddle Sr., father of Tom Marvolo Riddle." When everyone stared at her, she shrugged. "I researched the genealogy of famous dark wizards for a school project." "Tom Riddle?" Harry repeated. "That's Voldemort's real name. I saw it in the Chamber of Secrets. He showed me how he rearranged the letters to make, 'I am Lord Voldemort.' So Pettigrew has gone straight to Voldemort's ancestral home," Sirius concluded, his expression darkening. "That confirms our worst fears. He's actively working to bring his master back." "The spirit shows more than just Pettigrew," Morticia noted, studying the glowing fox as it moved restlessly in its container. "There's another presence, small, barely human, but magically powerful. And snakes, many snakes in the vicinity." Harry felt a chill run down his spine. "That sounds like Voldemort. When I saw him in first year, he was possessing Professor Quirrell. But Quirrell died, so he must have found something else to possess." "A homunculus, perhaps," Grandmama suggested. "A temporary magical body to house a disembodied spirit. Dark magic, but effective for maintaining a tether to the physical world." "Then we need to move quickly," Sirius insisted. "If we can capture Pettigrew before whatever ritual they're planning, we'll need more than just the two of us," Morticia interrupted gently. "Confronting both Pettigrew and even a weakened Voldemort requires careful planning." "What about the Ministry?" Harry suggested. "If we know where Pettigrew is, can't we just tell them?" Gomez shook his head. "Without proof that Pettigrew is alive, they'd dismiss the claim, and potentially warn our quarry in the process. We need to secure evidence first." Cousin Itt's contact in the Aura department, Sirius remembered suddenly. Tonks. If we could bring her in, show her the spirit guide's findings. A possibility, Morticia agreed. "ITT, could you arrange a meeting sooner rather than later?" The hairy figure squeaked affirmatively. In the meantime, Gomez added, "We should continue Harry's training. If Voldemort is indeed regaining strength, Harry needs every advantage." The next 2 weeks passed in a blur of activity. Each morning, Harry worked with Morticia on the basics of occlumency, learning to visualize his mental defenses and recognize the sensation of another mind trying to access his thoughts. The training was frustrating at first, his mind kept wandering, and Morticia could slip past his defenses with ease. "Don't force it," she advised during a particularly difficult session. Air affinity requires a different approach. Instead of building walls, think of your thoughts as clouds, visible but intangible, shifting and reforming constantly. Let intrusions pass through without finding substance. The advice helped, and gradually Harry began to sense when Morticia was testing his defenses. By the end of the second week, he could maintain his cloud mind state for several minutes at a time, not enough to truly protect himself, but a promising start. Afternoons were devoted to more practical magic. Sirius taught Harry advanced defensive spells not covered until 6th or 7th year at Hogwarts. Gomez worked with him on wandless focus exercises, drawing on his newfound elemental affinities. Wednesday and Pugsley, despite being supposedly younger, proved to be surprisingly adept teachers in their own right, Wednesday teaching Harry the finer points of potion-making that Snape had never bothered to explain, and Pugsley showing him how magic could interact with Muggle concepts like chemistry and physics to create unexpected effects. The trick to potion-making, Wednesday explained as they worked in the mansion's fully equipped laboratory, is understanding that each ingredient has its own magical signature. Professor Snape teaches by rote memorization, but the true art is in feeling how the signatures interact. Harry found himself actually enjoying potions for the first time, free from Snape's looming presence and constant criticism. Meanwhile, Sirius and Gomez worked together on planning the approach to Riddle Manor, poring over maps and magical detection techniques. Cousin ITT made frequent trips away from the mansion, returning with information about ministry movements and, eventually, confirmation of a meeting with Auror Tonks. "She's agreed to meet," ITT squeaked to the family gathered for dinner one evening, with Morticia translating for Harry's benefit. "Tomorrow night, at a secure location of her choosing. She says she's been investigating the Black case independently and has questions of her own." "Excellent!" Sirius exclaimed. "If we can convince Tonks, we might actually have a chance at an official rehabilitation." "She'll want evidence," Gomez cautioned. "The word of the accused won't be enough, even for a sympathetic relative." "We have the spirit guide," Morticia pointed out. "And we've collected memories from both Harry and Sirius that show Pettigrew's confession. It's a starting point." The next evening, Sirius prepared to leave with cousin ITT for the meeting with Tonks. Harry watched anxiously as his godfather transformed into his dog form as a precaution. "Are you sure you don't want me to come?" Harry asked ITT, who was adjusting what appeared to be a tiny bow tie somewhere within his mass of hair. ITT squeaked reassuringly, patting Harry's hand with his tiny gloved fingers. "ITT says you're safer here," Morticia translated. "And that Tonks specifically requested this first meeting be private. If she's convinced, you'll have your chance to speak with her later." Harry nodded reluctantly. "Just, be careful, both of you." Padfoot nudged Harry's hand with his nose, then followed ITT to the front door, where Lurch waited to drive them to the meeting point in the Addams family hearse. "They'll be fine," Gomez assured Harry as the vehicle disappeared down the driveway. "ITT has been evading authorities for decades. And Sirius survived 12 years in Azkaban and a year on the run. They're quite capable." Still, Harry couldn't help worrying as the evening progressed. He tried to distract himself by practicing his occlumency exercises, but his thoughts kept returning to Sirius and the risks he was taking. What if Tonks didn't believe them? What if she felt obligated to report Sirius's location? What if it was a trap? "Your thoughts are broadcasting quite loudly," Wednesday observed from the doorway of Harry's room. I can practically hear your worry from the hallway. Harry sighed. Sorry. I'm just concerned about Sirius. Understandable, Wednesday acknowledged, entering the room and taking a seat on the window ledge. Family bonds create emotional vulnerabilities. It's both a strength and a weakness of human connection. Harry smiled despite himself. Wednesday had a way of analyzing emotions with clinical detachment that somehow made them easier to process. How do you do that? He asked. Stay so calm all the time. Practice, she replied. And perspective. The Addams family takes a longer view of life and death than most. When you understand that existence continues beyond physical mortality, immediate dangers become less overwhelming. That's actually helpful, Harry realized. So even if the worst happened, death is not an ending, Wednesday confirmed. Merely a transition. Though we still prefer to keep our family members in their physical forms when possible. The conversations are more convenient. Before Harry could respond to this typically Addams-like statement, they heard the distinct sound of the front door opening below, followed by multiple sets of footsteps. They're back, Wednesday observed, rising from her seat. And they've brought someone with them. Harry rushed downstairs, Wednesday following at a more measured pace. In the entry hall, he found not only Sirius, back in human form, and cousin ITT, but also a young woman with bright pink hair, wearing the distinctive robes of an Auror. Harry. Sirius called, grinning broadly. Come meet my cousin Nymphadora Tonks. Just call her Tonks, though, unless you want to get hexed. Watch her, Harry, the pink-haired witch greeted him with a friendly smile. Heard a lot about you, from the papers and from this mangy mutt. She jerked a thumb toward Sirius, who made a show of looking offended. Nice to meet you, Harry replied, studying her curiously. She looked young for an Auror, with a heart-shaped face and eyes that, as he watched, shifted from brown to violet. You're a metamorphmagus. Good eye. Tonks said, clearly impressed. Most people just think I'm using charms for my hair. To demonstrate, she scrunched up her face in concentration, and her pink spikes lengthened and turned a vibrant blue. Tonks has agreed to help us, Sirius explained, his expression becoming more serious. After seeing our evidence about Pettigrew and hearing the full story, she believes we might have a case. The problem is getting anyone else at the ministry to listen, Tonks added. Fudge has a political stake in the Sirius Black, mass murderer, narrative. Admitting a mistake of that magnitude would be disastrous for his administration. So what can we do? Harry asked. Morticia and Gomez joined them in the hall, followed by Grandmama and the children, all clearly eager to hear the outcome of the meeting. We need indisputable proof, Tonks explained. Memories can be questioned, and your spirit guide thing is fascinating but wouldn't stand up in the Wisengamot. We need Pettigrew himself, or at least physical evidence he's alive. Which brings us back to Riddle Manor, Sirius said grimly. We need to capture Pettigrew. But now we have an Auror on our side, Gomez pointed out enthusiastically. That changes the tactical approach considerably. I'm just one junior Auror, Tonks cautioned. I can't officially sanction any kind of raid or operation. If I'm involved at all, it has to be completely off the books. Even better. Gomez clapped his hands. Deniability all around. Morticia gave him a fond but restraining look. Perhaps we should discuss the details somewhere more comfortable. Lurch, tea in the drawing room, please. As they settled into the drawing room, Harry found himself sitting between Sirius and Tonks, with the Addamses arranged around them. Despite the seriousness of the situation, he couldn't help feeling a surge of hope. They had a plan, they had an ally within the ministry, and most importantly, they were working together. So, Tonks began, accepting a cup of something steaming from Lurch with only the briefest hesitation. Based on your information, Pettigrew is hiding out at this Riddle Manor place, along with something that might be you-know-who in a weakened state. That's what the spirit guide showed us, Morticia confirmed. A rat animagus, a small homunculus-like entity with powerful dark magic, and numerous snakes. Cheery, Tonks muttered. And you want to just walk in and grab Pettigrew? Not exactly, Sirius said. We've been developing a more nuanced approach. He looked to Gomez, who pulled out a large roll of parchment and spread it on the coffee table. Behold! Gomez announced dramatically. Operation Rat Trap. The parchment revealed detailed plans of what appeared to be Riddle Manor and its grounds, complete with notes on possible entry points, escape routes, and defensive positions. How did you get these? Tonks asked, clearly impressed despite her concerns. Family connections, Gomez said vaguely. The Addamses have properties throughout Britain dating back centuries. We maintain architectural records as a hobby. Tonks raised her eyebrows but didn't press further. So what's the plan? Sirius took over, pointing to various positions on the map. We believe Pettigrew and his companion are staying in the main house, likely on the upper floor for better visibility of approaching threats. The grounds appear to be guarded primarily by snakes, which Harry can potentially communicate with using Parseltongue. Harry nodded. I could try to distract them or maybe even get information from them. The approach would need to be at night, Morticia added. According to our sources, a Muggle caretaker checks on the property during daylight hours, and we want to avoid civilian entanglements. I can create a diversion on the east side of the property, Pugsley offered eagerly. Something flashy but controlled. Draw attention away from the main approach. And I can handle any magical barriers or detection wards, Wednesday stated confidently. I've been practicing counter-curse techniques specifically designed for privacy enchantments. Tonks looked back and forth between the siblings with a mixture of alarm and respect. Aren't you kids a bit young for a dangerous raid? Age is relative, Wednesday replied impassively. Capability is what matters. They've both demonstrated exceptional magical control, Morticia said proudly. But they would remain at a safe distance, providing support rather than entering the manor itself. Tonks still looked doubtful, but Sirius redirected the conversation. The actual entry team would be myself, Harry, and now potentially you, if you're willing. Harry's connection to Voldemort might give us an edge in sensing his presence, and my animagus form allows for stealthy movement. And me? Tonks asked. What's my role in this madness? Legitimacy, Sirius replied simply. If we succeed in capturing Pettigrew, having an Auror witness his identity and survival changes everything. It's no longer the word of an escaped convict and a teenager, it's the testimony of a ministry official. Tonks ran a hand through her now purple hair, clearly wrestling with the professional and ethical implications. This is mad, you know that? Completely off the books, potentially career-ending if it goes wrong. But if it succeeds, Harry pointed out quietly, you help free an innocent man and potentially stop Voldemort from returning to power. The room fell silent as Tonks considered. Finally, she sighed. When would this happen? 3 days from now, Gomez answered promptly. The new moon provides optimal conditions for stealth operations. Minimal light, maximum shadow cover. And if we encounter you-know-who? Tonks pressed. Even in a weakened state, he's beyond dangerous. The primary objective is Pettigrew, Morticia clarified. If Voldemort is present, we retreat immediately and contact Dumbledore with the confirmed location. This is about clearing Sirius's name, not confronting the Dark Lord. Tonks nodded slowly. Okay. I'm not saying yes yet, but I'll think about it. And I want more details on exactly how we get in and out without being detected. Splendid! Gomez exclaimed. We'll spend the next 3 days perfecting every aspect of the plan. The Addams family hasn't conducted a proper raid in decades, not since Great-Uncle Bloodthirst decided to reclaim the family chalice from that monastery in Bavaria. Harry caught Tonks's eye and gave her a reassuring smile. They're always like this, he whispered. You get used to it. Do you? She whispered back, but her lips were twitching with suppressed amusement. As the planning session continued late into the night, Harry found himself marveling at how his life had transformed. From the miserable boy locked in Dudley's second bedroom, he had become part of this strange, wonderful family of outcasts and rebels. With Sirius beside him and the Addamses supporting them both, he felt something he rarely experienced, true belonging. Whatever came next, the raid on Riddle Manor, the return to Hogwarts, the inevitable confrontation with Voldemort, he would face it with his newfound family at his back. The 3 days of preparation passed in a whirlwind of activity. Tonks officially joined their operation after consulting with her mentor, Alastor Moody, who provided additional intelligence without asking too many questions. According to Tonks, the grizzled ex-Auror had simply grunted, "Black never got a trial. Ministry balls up if I ever heard one. Fix it, Tonks, but keep my name out of it." Every aspect of the plan was rehearsed and refined. The Addams mansion's extensive grounds provided perfect training areas, with the cemetery standing in for the Riddle graveyard and an abandoned gamekeeper's cottage serving as a mock-up of the manor itself. Harry practiced his Parseltongue with garden snakes Morticia provided, while Sirius and Tonks drilled capture and containment spells designed to prevent Pettigrew from transforming or escaping. Wednesday and Pugsley, despite initial protests from both Sirius and Tonks, proved their capabilities so thoroughly that they earned grudging acceptance as support team members. Wednesday demonstrated an uncanny ability to dismantle complex wards without triggering alerts, while Pugsley's controlled explosives provided perfect distractions during their practice runs. On the afternoon before the raid, an unexpected visitor arrived at the mansion, Albus Dumbledore, accompanied by a familiar figure in shabby robes. "Professor Lupin!" Harry exclaimed when Lurch showed the visitors into the drawing room where Harry was studying ward detection spells with Wednesday. Remus Lupin looked tired but smiled warmly at the sight of Harry. "Hello, Harry. You're looking well, better than I expected, actually." "The Addamses have been amazing," Harry said honestly, then turned to Dumbledore with more reserve. "Headmaster. What brings you both here?" "A matter of some urgency," Dumbledore replied, his eyes twinkling but serious. "I believe you and your extended family may be planning something rather dangerous." Harry tried to keep his expression neutral, but Wednesday had no such concern. "You've been monitoring us," she stated flatly, fixing Dumbledore with her unblinking stare. "How intrusive." Rather than deny it, Dumbledore inclined his head slightly. "I maintain certain awareness of significant magical preparations, especially those concerning Harry. It's a precaution I consider necessary, given past events." "We should get the others," Harry said, rising from his seat. "They'll want to hear whatever you have to say." Soon, the drawing room was crowded with the entire household plus the visitors. Sirius and Lupin had embraced warmly, their reunion momentarily overshadowing the tension of Dumbledore's unexpected arrival. Tonks, who had been staying at the mansion to assist with preparations, hung back awkwardly, clearly concerned about being seen participating in an unsanctioned operation. "I see our gathering has expanded even further," Dumbledore observed mildly, nodding to Tonks. "Good evening, Miss Tonks. I trust your personal leave from the Auror office has been restful." Tonks's hair briefly flashed red before returning to its current blue shade. "Very educational, Headmaster," she replied with forced casualness. "Now that we're all assembled," Morticia said, taking control of the situation with her usual grace, "perhaps you could explain the purpose of your visit, Headmaster. And introduce your companion to those who haven't met him." "Of course," Dumbledore nodded. "This is Remus Lupin, former Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts and longtime friend of Sirius Black and the Potter family. Remus, this is Morticia and Gomez Addams, their children Wednesday and Pugsley, and I believe the lady is Grandmama Addams." "Frump," Grandmama corrected. "Morticia's mother. I keep my maiden name. More cursible that way." Dumbledore accepted this with equanimity. "As for our visit, I've become aware of your interest in a certain property in Little Hangleton. More specifically, in the current occupants of that property." Sirius tensed visibly. And how exactly did you become aware of that? The same way you did, I imagine, Dumbledore replied. Through magical tracking. Though my methods involved monitoring unusual magical signatures rather than leeches, I believe. You know about Pettigrew, Harry stated, cutting to the heart of the matter. You know he's there, with Voldemort. I have had suspicions for some time, Dumbledore acknowledged. Recently confirmed by multiple sources, including some unexpected allies. His eyes twinkled briefly in Morticia's direction. You've been watching Riddle Manor too, Sirius realized. Why haven't you moved on it? For the same reason I'm here now, to prevent hasty action that could lead to disaster, Dumbledore replied seriously. Voldemort, even in his weakened state, remains extremely dangerous. And he is not alone at Riddle Manor. Besides Pettigrew, there is at least one other Death Eater present, Barty Crouch Jr., who was thought to have died in Azkaban years ago. This revelation caused a stir among the group. Tonks in particular looked shocked. Crouch's son. That's impossible, I've seen the death records, she protested. Nevertheless, he lives, Dumbledore said gravely. And he is perhaps even more fanatically devoted to Voldemort than Pettigrew, who serves primarily from fear rather than ideology. How does this change our plans? Gomez asked, leaning forward with interest rather than alarm. An additional opponent simply requires additional strategy. It changes everything, Lupin interjected, speaking up for the first time. It's not just about capturing Pettigrew anymore. If Voldemort is gathering his followers, it suggests he's preparing for something significant, likely his return to full power. Harry felt a cold weight settle in his stomach. The dream, he murmured. When everyone looked at him, he continued more strongly. I had a dream earlier this summer, before coming here. Voldemort was talking to Pettigrew about using me for something. Some kind of ritual. Why didn't you mention this before? Sirius demanded, concern evident in his voice. I thought it was just a nightmare, Harry admitted. I've had them before. But now we must consider it a genuine vision, facilitated by your connection to Voldemort, Dumbledore finished gravely. Which makes your planned excursion to Riddle Manor all the more dangerous. If Voldemort senses your presence, he will stop at nothing to capture you. So we just do nothing? Harry challenged. Let Pettigrew go free. Let Sirius remain a fugitive. Wait for Voldemort to get stronger. Not nothing, Dumbledore corrected. But a more coordinated approach is necessary. I have already begun assembling trusted allies, Remus here, certain members of the original Order of the Phoenix, Aurors who can be trusted to act on evidence rather than ministry politics. Like my mentor, Moody, Tonks added, giving up the pretense of non-involvement. He's already helping unofficially. Indeed, Dumbledore nodded. What I propose is not abandonment of your goal, but a more comprehensive operation. Not tomorrow night, but 1 week hence, with proper preparation and sufficient force to handle whatever we may encounter. Sirius looked torn, clearly impatient for action but recognizing the wisdom in Dumbledore's words. And in this expanded operation, what happens with Pettigrew? My exoneration remains a priority. The highest priority after Harry's safety, Dumbledore assured him. Capturing Pettigrew alive is essential not only for clearing your name but also for understanding Voldemort's plans. We would, of course, insist on participating in this operation, Morticia stated, her tone making it clear this was non-negotiable. The Addams family has committed its resources to helping Harry and Sirius. That commitment stands. Dumbledore studied her for a moment, then nodded. I would not dream of excluding you, Mrs. Addams. In fact, I believe your family's unique magical approach may provide advantages conventional wizardry lacks. Darn right it will. Gomez exclaimed. Addams family magic predates the founders of Hogwarts. Old magic, primal magic. Precisely why your involvement could be crucial, Dumbledore agreed. But coordination is essential. We cannot risk working at cross purposes or inadvertently interfering with each other's efforts. The discussion continued for hours, with plans being revised and expanded. The new operation would include a team led by Moody focusing on containing any Death Eaters present, while Sirius, Harry, and the Addamses would concentrate on capturing Pettigrew. Dumbledore himself, along with several trusted Order members, would handle the containment of Voldemort in whatever form they found him. By the time Dumbledore and Lupin prepared to leave, a tentative agreement had been reached. The operation would proceed in 1 week's time, with daily communications between all parties to refine the details. "There is one more matter," Dumbledore said as he stood to depart. "The coming school year at Hogwarts. I have reason to believe Voldemort may attempt to use the Triwizard Tournament as a means of reaching Harry." "The what tournament?" Harry asked, confused. "An inter-school magical competition being revived this year," Dumbledore explained. "Hogwarts will host students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang for a series of magical challenges. The Ministry has been planning it for years as an international goodwill initiative." "Sounds dangerous," Morticia observed. "Magical competitions historically have significant fatality rates." "Steps have been taken to ensure participant safety," Dumbledore assured her. "Including an age restriction, only students 17 or older may enter." "Then how could Voldemort use it against Harry?" Sirius asked. "If he can't compete?" "That remains unclear," Dumbledore admitted. "But I have learned to anticipate Voldemort's interest in significant magical events, especially those occurring at Hogwarts while Harry is present." "I'll be keeping an extra eye on things anyway," Tonks added. "Moody's been asked to teach defense against the dark arts this year. With him at Hogwarts and me maintaining communication, we'll have additional security beyond the standard protections." Harry nodded, though the news of the tournament added yet another layer of worry to his thoughts. His previous school years had been dangerous enough without an international magical competition added to the mix. After Dumbledore and Lupin departed, with arrangements to meet again in 2 days to continue planning, the household gathered in the library to discuss this new development. "I don't like delaying," Sirius said bluntly. "Every day gives Pettigrew more chance to slip away again." "But Dumbledore's right about the additional risks," Tonks countered. "Crouch Jr. was a vicious fighter during the First War, according to records. And facing even a weakened you-know-who without proper backup would be suicide." "The expanded operation does offer certain advantages," Morticia noted. "More distractions for the primary targets, better containment options, and higher likelihood of success." "I just hope Pettigrew doesn't somehow learn we're coming," Harry said, voicing his main concern. "If he runs again." "He won't," Wednesday stated with quiet certainty, looking up from the ancient tome she'd been consulting. "Because we're not waiting a week." Everyone turned to stare at her. "What do you mean?" Sirius asked cautiously. "The new moon is tomorrow night," Wednesday continued, her dark eyes intense. "Optimal conditions for what I found in great-grandmother Abigail's grimoire." She turned the book around, revealing complex diagrams of what appeared to be a containment ritual. "We don't need to physically capture Pettigrew to prove his existence. We just need to bind him temporarily, bind his magic and his ability to transform, long enough for testimony to be taken before the Wizengamot." "A remote binding ritual?" Morticia looked impressed and slightly concerned. "That's extremely advanced magic, Wednesday. The power requirements alone would be met by the new moon and our family connection to Harry through the Black lineage," Wednesday finished. "It creates a magical circuit, Harry's connection to Pettigrew through shared magical experience, our connection to Harry through adopted blood, the Black family magic Sirius shares with both sides." Harry looked back and forth between them. "Is that possible?" "Theoretically," Morticia said slowly. "But the risks are less than physically confronting Voldemort and multiple Death Eaters," Wednesday countered. "The ritual requires minimal physical components. Pettigrew wouldn't even know what was happening until it was too late. By the time Dumbledore's operation occurs, he would already be magically bound, unable to transform or escape." Gomez's eyes lit up with excitement. Brilliant, my darling child. Using the old ways to circumvent direct confrontation. Your great-grandmother would be so proud, if she weren't still partially alive in the family crypt. But would such a binding hold up legally? Tonks asked, the practical horror in her coming to the fore. The Wisingamot requires physical evidence or testimony under Veritaserum. The ritual doesn't just bind, Wednesday explained. It creates a magical beacon, like a spotlight that reveals the target's true nature to anyone with the correct detection spell. His animagus status, his dark mark, his very identity would become magically visible, impossible to conceal. Sirius looked thoughtful. So when Dumbledore's team moves in a week from now, Pettigrew would be unable to transform, unable to conceal his identity, and magically marked in a way that would satisfy even Ministry detection standards, Wednesday finished. And we would have implemented this without violating our agreement with Dumbledore about the physical raid. A slow smile spread across Sirius's face. I like it. Working within the letter of our agreement while advancing our own agenda. Very Slytherin of you, Wednesday. The girl inclined her head slightly, accepting the compliment. We'd need to start preparations immediately, Morticia noted, already mentally calculating ingredients and alignments. The ritual must begin at moonset and conclude at true midnight. What do we tell Dumbledore? Harry asked, conflicted about proceeding without informing their new allies. Nothing yet, Sirius decided after a moment's thought. This doesn't interfere with the planned operation, it enhances it. If the ritual works, we inform them of our success before the raid. If it doesn't, no harm done. Harry wasn't entirely comfortable with the secrecy, but he understood the reasoning. And after years of adults keeping information from him, for his own good, he found himself disinclined to hold himself to a higher standard of disclosure than he'd been shown. What do we need for this ritual? He asked instead, committing to the plan. Wednesday consulted the grimoire again. Blood from those connected to the target, that's you and Sirius. A personal item of the target's, more difficult, but we might substitute a magically created image based on Harry's memory. And a focus object to contain the binding, something that symbolizes transformation or revelation. Would this work? Harry asked, reaching into his pocket and pulling out the small hand mirror he'd initially used to try contacting Sirius, the one that had connected him to Morticia instead. Morticia's eyes widened slightly. A communication mirror with established connections to both the Black family and to you, yes, that would be ideal. The symmetry is perfect, a device meant to reveal truth across distances. Then we're agreed. Gomez looked around at the assembled group. Operation Binding commences immediately, to be completed by midnight tomorrow. One by one, they nodded. Even Tonks, after a moment's hesitation, gave her assent. Just so we're clear, she stipulated, this is magical binding only, not physical apprehension. We're still working with Dumbledore on the actual raid. Of course, dear cousin. Gomez assured her with perhaps too much enthusiasm. Merely laying magical groundwork for the main event. As they dispersed to begin preparations, Harry found himself alone with Sirius for a moment in the hallway. Are we doing the right thing? He asked quietly. Going behind Dumbledore's back like this? Sirius considered the question seriously. Dumbledore has his priorities, Harry. The greater good. Stopping Voldemort. Noble goals, certainly. But my priority is and always will be you, your safety, your happiness, your future. If binding Pettigrew magically reduces the risk of the eventual confrontation, that's my choice every time. Harry nodded, understanding. Mine too. I just hope it works. Wednesday hasn't been wrong yet, Sirius pointed out with a smile. Terrifying child, but brilliant. Reminds me a bit of your mother, actually, that same intensity when she locked onto a problem. The comparison warmed Harry. Really? Absolutely. Lily would have appreciated the Addamses' approach to magic, practical, intuitive, focused on results rather than arbitrary restrictions. Sirius squeezed Harry's shoulder. "Now let's get ready for this ritual. Apparently, I need to donate some blood, and knowing the Addamses, they probably mean quite a bit more than a few drops." The ritual preparations consumed the next 24 hours. The entire family contributed, with Grandmama and Morticia gathering and preparing the more exotic components, Wednesday studying the precise incantations, and Gomez clearing and preparing the ritual space, a circular stone platform hidden deep within the mansion's extensive gardens. Harry found himself subjected to another memory extraction, this time focused specifically on his clearest recollection of Pettigrew's face and magical signature. The process was less disorienting than the first time, though he still experienced that strange floating sensation of watching his own memories from outside his body. By sunset on the day of the new moon, everything was ready. The stone circle had been inscribed with complex runes that glowed faintly in the gathering darkness. At its center stood a small altar bearing the mirror, now modified with additional enchantments and surrounded by black candles. "Everyone clear on their roles?" Morticia asked as the family gathered around the circle. Harry and Sirius would stand at the northern and southern points respectively, providing the blood connection to Pettigrew. Wednesday and Pugsley would maintain the eastern and western positions, channeling the elemental forces. Morticia, Gomez, and Grandmama would conduct the actual ritual, with Tonks monitoring from outside the circle for any signs of magical detection from the ministry. "Remember," Morticia cautioned, "once the ritual begins, the circle cannot be broken until completion. The energies we're working with are primal and unforgiving of mistakes." "No pressure," Harry muttered, taking his position at the northern point. As true night fell, with no moon to illuminate the proceedings, the black candles ignited spontaneously with flames that burned an eerie blue. Morticia began a low chant in a language Harry didn't recognize but that raised the hair on the back of his neck. It sounded ancient, with syllables that seemed to resonate with the stones beneath their feet. Gomez and Grandmama joined in, their voices weaving around Morticia's in a complex harmony. The air within the circle began to shimmer, and Harry felt a strange pulling sensation, as though something was drawing energy from him. "Blood of the connection," Morticia intoned, switching to English. "Freely given to bind the betrayer." On cue, Harry and Sirius each pressed a silver dagger, provided by Wednesday, who apparently collected them, against their palms, allowing their blood to drip onto the mirror at the center. The mirror's surface rippled like liquid as the blood touched it, then seemed to absorb the crimson droplets completely. "East to west, the elements flow," Gomez called out. "Air to water, fire to earth. The circle binds, the mirror reveals." Wednesday and Pugsley raised their hands simultaneously, and Harry felt a rush of power flowing between them, passing through the center of the circle where the mirror now glowed with an inner light. "Betrayer of trust, hider in shadows, taker of false form," Grandmama's voice rasped, stronger than Harry had ever heard it. "By blood and bond, we find you. By magic and memory, we bind you. By oath and obligation, we blind you to escape." The mirror's glow intensified, and within its surface, an image began to form, indistinct at first, then gradually sharpening into a face Harry recognized with a surge of anger. Peter Pettigrew, looking older and more ragged than in the shrieking shack, but unmistakable with his pointed nose and watery eyes. "It's working," Sirius breathed, his voice tight with emotion. "The binding takes form," Morticia continued, raising her arms. "No longer may you hide your shape, Peter Pettigrew. No longer may you conceal your mark, servant of darkness. No longer may you flee from justice, betrayer of friends." The image in the mirror contorted, as though Pettigrew was suddenly in pain. His mouth opened in a silent scream, and for a moment, Harry could almost hear it across the distance separating them. "Something's happening," Tonks called from outside the circle. "The detection charms I set up are going crazy. There's a magical surge coming from the mirror." "We've established connection," Morticia confirmed, her voice steady despite the magical strain evident in her posture. "Now for the binding itself." Wednesday stepped forward, holding the grimoire open to the critical page. In a clear, precise voice that belied her youth, she began reciting the binding incantation, Vinculum Veritatis, Catena Revelationis. Forma Vera, Anima Nuda. Peter Pettigrew, Servus Domini Tenebrarum, Proditor Amicitiae, te Ligamus. Per sanguinem, per magicum, per memoriam, te Ligamus. With each phrase, the mirror pulsed brighter. The image of Pettigrew became more solid, more present, almost as though he was physically there within the glass. Harry could see sweat beading on the man's forehead, panic in his eyes as he realized something was happening to him. "Is he aware of us?" Harry asked, not taking his eyes from the mirror. "He feels the binding but doesn't understand its source," Morticia explained, maintaining her position in the ritual. "To him, it feels like his magic is being constricted, his animagus ability suppressed by some unknown force." The ritual reached its crescendo as midnight approached. The blue flames of the candles shot upward, forming a dome of fire over the circle. The mirror levitated slightly, rotating slowly as the image of Pettigrew within it became more and more distressed. "Final binding," Gomez announced. "Everyone together." The entire circle spoke in unison, voices blending into a single powerful declaration. "Peter Pettigrew, servant of Voldemort, betrayer of the Potters, framer of Sirius Black, we bind you to your human form, we bind you to the truth, we bind you to justice." A pulse of magic erupted from the center of the circle, so powerful that Harry felt it as a physical force pushing against his chest. The mirror flashed blindingly bright, then abruptly went dark. The candle flames returned to normal size and color, and the electric tension in the air dissipated. For a moment, everyone stood frozen, unsure if the ritual had succeeded or failed. Then the mirror's surface shimmered once more, showing Pettigrew collapsed on what appeared to be a dusty floor, clutching his left arm where the dark mark would be located, his face contorted in pain and confusion. "Did it work?" Harry asked, staring at the image. "Only one way to find out," Sirius said grimly. He pointed his wand at the mirror and spoke a revealing spell. The mirror's image shifted, overlaying Pettigrew's form with a glowing magical aura that highlighted specific points on his body, his left forearm showing the dark mark in vivid detail, and a golden outline surrounding his entire form that Sirius identified as his animagus signature. "It worked," Sirius breathed, a smile of fierce satisfaction spreading across his face. "He's bound and marked. Any magical detection spell will now reveal his true identity and his status as both Death Eater and unregistered animagus. He can't transform, can't conceal the mark, can't hide what he is." "And more importantly," Morticia added, looking pleased despite her obvious magical exhaustion, "the binding is anchored to this mirror. We can present it to the Wisingamot as evidence, a live connection to Pettigrew that proves his continued existence." Tonks approached the circle, her hair having shifted to a vibrant red during the ritual's intensity. "That was incredible. I've never seen magic like that." She examined the mirror carefully. "Will the binding hold until Dumbledore's operation?" "It should hold indefinitely," Wednesday confirmed, closing the grimoire. "The spell is anchored in blood magic and memory, two of the most powerful magical foundations." "Then we have our proof," Sirius said, his voice thick with emotion. "After all these years, we have what we need to clear my name." Harry moved to his godfather's side, placing a hand on his shoulder. "We should tell Dumbledore tomorrow. Show him what we've done." Sirius nodded. "He won't be happy we proceeded without him, but he can't argue with results." He looked around at the assembled family. "I don't know how to thank you all. This is more than I ever expected to have again. Freedom. A future. No thanks necessary," Gomez declared, clapping Sirius on the back. "Family helps family. It's the Addams way." As they gathered the ritual components and prepared to return to the mansion, Harry found himself walking alongside Wednesday. "That was amazing," he told her sincerely. "How did you even find that ritual?" "I started researching as soon as I learned about Sirius's situation," she replied matter-of-factly. Our family grimoires contain solutions to most problems, if you know where to look. Justice for family members is a recurring theme. Still, thank you, Harry said. This means everything to Sirius. And to me. Wednesday gave him one of her rare, slight smiles. You're an Addams now, Harry. Even if you didn't take the name. And Addamses protect their own. The simple statement warmed Harry more than he could express. As they reached the mansion, with the mirror safely contained in a special box Grandmama had prepared, he reflected on how completely his life had transformed since that desperate attempt to contact Sirius had connected him to Morticia instead. He had found a family who accepted him completely, strangeness, danger, Parseltongue, and all. He had gained a home where he could be himself without fear of punishment or rejection. And now, they had taken a major step toward clearing Sirius's name and securing both their futures. As Sirius had said, there was still Voldemort to deal with, still the mysterious Triwizard Tournament and whatever threats the new school year might bring. But for the first time, Harry wouldn't be facing these challenges alone or with just his school friends for support. He had the Addamses behind him now, weird, wonderful, and incredibly powerful in their own unique way. Whatever came next, Harry Potter was ready to face it as a true member of his newfound family. Chapter 3, Family Magic. You did what? Albus Dumbledore rarely raised his voice. In fact, Harry had never heard the headmaster shout before. But the revelation of the binding ritual had pushed the usually serene wizard to a rare display of genuine anger. The group sat in the Addams family library the morning after the ritual, the enchanted mirror resting in its protective box on the table between them. Dumbledore had arrived expecting a planning session for the upcoming raid, only to be presented with a fait accompli that had clearly caught him off guard. We bound Pettigrew magically, Sirius repeated calmly. He can't transform, can't hide his dark mark, and can't disguise his magical signature. The binding is tied to this mirror, which provides continuous proof of his existence and location. Without consulting me, Dumbledore said, his voice returning to its normal volume but carrying a distinct chill. Without considering the potential consequences of alerting Voldemort to our interest in his location. The ritual was targeted specifically at Pettigrew, Morticia explained, unruffled by Dumbledore's disapproval. Voldemort would sense only that Pettigrew's magic has been constrained, not the source or purpose of the binding. You cannot know that with certainty, Dumbledore countered. Voldemort's sensitivity to magic far exceeds normal parameters. By acting precipitously, you may have jeopardized our entire operation. Or improved its chances of success, Wednesday pointed out from where she sat reading in the corner. Pettigrew can no longer transform to escape once your team arrives. The tactical advantage outweighs the potential risk. Dumbledore turned to regard the young girl, his expression shifting from anger to something more calculating. You designed this ritual, Miss Addams. Adapted it from a family grimoire, she corrected without looking up from her book. The principles were established centuries ago. Remarkable work for one so young, Dumbledore observed. Though perhaps concerning in its implications for unrestricted magical education. We don't restrict knowledge in this house, Headmaster, Gomez stated proudly. The children learn what they're capable of learning. Wednesday has shown particular aptitude for binding magic since she was 7. Harry, who had been watching the exchange nervously, finally spoke up. Professor, we didn't do this to undermine your plan. We did it to ensure Pettigrew couldn't escape before your team arrives. The raid can proceed exactly as planned, now with the advantage of knowing our target can't transform into a rat and slip away. Dumbledore regarded Harry for a long moment, then sighed. What's done is done. We must now adapt our approach accordingly. He gestured to the mirror. May I examine the binding? Morticia nodded and opened the box. The mirror's surface was currently blank, but when Dumbledore passed his wand over it with a murmured incantation, it shimmered to life. Pettigrew appeared, pacing anxiously in what appeared to be an upstairs room of a dilapidated house. He kept clutching at his left arm and making unsuccessful transforming motions, his face contorted with panic. He's been like that all night, Sirius remarked with grim satisfaction. Trying to transform every few minutes, probably terrified of what Voldemort will do when he discovers his escape route is blocked. Indeed, Dumbledore murmured, studying the magical signatures visible around Pettigrew's image. The binding appears remarkably comprehensive. Old magic, but effectively implemented. He looked up at Morticia. I assume you've taken precautions to prevent this connection from working in reverse. Magical bindings can sometimes create unexpected pathways. The mirror is warded against external influence, Morticia confirmed. It shows us Pettigrew, but he cannot see or sense us through it. Dumbledore nodded, seeming to accept this. Then we shall proceed with the operation as planned, but accelerated. If Pettigrew's condition has been noticed, Voldemort may decide to relocate. We move tonight rather than waiting the full week. This declaration was met with general approval from everyone in the room. Sirius in particular looked eager to finally confront the man who had betrayed his friends and stolen 12 years of his life. I'll contact Moody and the others immediately, Tonks said, standing up. We'll need to adjust the team assignments for the earlier timeline. I would like the Addamses to focus specifically on securing Pettigrew, Dumbledore continued, his tactical mind apparently having accepted and adapted to the new situation. Your family magic seems particularly effective against him, and your primary goal aligns with this task. And Harry? Sirius asked, a protective edge to his voice. Harry remains here, Dumbledore stated firmly. The risk of Voldemort capturing him is too great. No, Harry said immediately, sitting up straighter. I'm not staying behind. Harry, Dumbledore began, but Harry cut him off. Every time adults try to protect me by keeping me in the dark or locking me away, it backfires, he argued. I'm the one who recognized Pettigrew in the first place. I'm the one who heard his confession. My testimony matters for Sirius's case. He's right, Tonks admitted reluctantly. From a legal perspective, Harry's first-hand account will be crucial. Memories in a pensive are good, but direct testimony carries more weight with the Wizengamot. And if Harry doesn't participate, Voldemort wins already, Morticia observed quietly. Fear should never dictate our choices. Dumbledore looked around the room, clearly recognizing he was outnumbered. I see the Addams' influence has already had quite an impact, he remarked, with the faintest hint of what might have been approval beneath his concern. Very well. Harry may accompany us, but he will remain with Sirius and the Addamses at all times, focused solely on securing Pettigrew. At the first sign of Voldemort himself, you will retreat immediately. Is that understood? Harry nodded, relieved. Yes, Professor. Excellent. Gomez clapped his hands together enthusiastically. Operation Rat Trap proceeds. I'll prepare the equipment. Pugsley, bring your most controlled explosives for diversionary purposes. Wednesday, your crossbow and binding darts. Lurch, we'll need the special transportation. Morticia, darling, perhaps your venomous nightcap blossoms for perimeter control. As the Addamses dispersed to prepare, Harry felt a mixture of anxiety and determination. Tonight, they would confront Pettigrew directly. Tonight, they would take the first step toward clearing Sirius's name. Tonight, they would face whatever remained of Voldemort. But this time, Harry wouldn't be relying solely on luck and the sacrifice of others. This time, he had a family of powerful, if bizarre, allies at his back. And somehow, that made all the difference. The raid on Riddle Manor began just after nightfall. The Addams family hearse, magically expanded to accommodate their entire group plus Dumbledore's team, pulled to a stop at the edge of the property, hidden from view by a stand of ancient yew trees. The vehicle had been enchanted with multiple concealment charms, silencing spells, and what Gomez referred to as the family's special touch that made even magical detection methods slide away from it. Remember the plan, Dumbledore instructed as they gathered outside the vehicle. Alastair's team secures the perimeter and handles any additional Death Eaters. The Addamses and Sirius focus on capturing Pettigrew. My team addresses Voldemort directly. No unnecessary risks, no heroics. The assembled group nodded. Besides the Addams family, Harry, and Sirius, Dumbledore had brought Moody, Lupin, Tonks, and several other wizards Harry didn't recognize but who carried themselves with the quiet competence of experienced fighters. The binding shows Pettigrew still in the Upper East Room, Morticia reported, checking the mirror one last time before tucking it into a pocket of her flowing black dress. He appears increasingly agitated. I suspect they've noticed his inability to transform. Then we move quickly, Moody growled, his magical eye swiveling wildly in its socket. Constant vigilance. The house has minimal magical defenses, they're relying on secrecy rather than protection. But the grounds are another matter. Snakes everywhere, some unnaturally large. Harry will address the serpents, Morticia stated confidently. We've been practicing his Parseltongue commands. Indeed, Harry had spent several hours that afternoon with Morticia in the conservatory, working with her collection of rare and poisonous snakes to refine his ability to give them specific instructions in Parseltongue. The skill came naturally to him, but directing multiple snakes simultaneously had required practice. Very well, Dumbledore nodded. Let us proceed. The teams separated, moving toward their assigned positions around the property. Harry stayed with Sirius, Morticia, and Wednesday, while Gomez and Pugsley circled around to create a diversion on the opposite side of the house. Grandmama remained with the vehicle, preparing what she called a welcome home brew for Pettigrew once captured. As they approached the overgrown garden surrounding the manor, Harry immediately sensed the presence of snakes. Their whispering voices reached him before he could see them, dozens of conversations overlapping in hisses and sibilant murmurs. Strangers coming. Master said watch, always watch. Smell the warm blood, so close. Harry took a deep breath and focused on the technique Morticia had taught him, projecting his Parseltongue outward like a blanket rather than directing it at any single serpent. Friends passing through, he hissed softly. Sleep now. No need to alert your master. Sleep peacefully until dawn. There was a moment of confusion in the serpentine whispers, then gradually, one by one, the voices subsided. Harry could feel the resistance from some of the larger snakes, their loyalty to Voldemort fighting against his command, but his practice with Morticia's exotic specimens had strengthened his ability considerably. They're settling, he whispered to the others. The smaller ones are already sleeping. The larger ones are, confused, but not immediately hostile. Well done, Harry, Morticia said approvingly. Your affinity grows stronger with practice. They continued forward, now able to see the dilapidated manor looming ahead. Once an impressive country estate, Riddle Manor had fallen into severe disrepair. Windows were broken or boarded over, ivy consumed entire walls, and the roof sagged ominously in several places. A flash of light from the western side of the property indicated that Gomez and Pugsley had initiated their diversion. Moments later, a series of controlled explosions sent colorful sparks shooting into the night sky, accompanied by strange wailing sounds that Pugsley had designed to mimic banshees. Right on schedule, Sirius murmured. Let's move. They approached the east side of the house, where a crumbling service entrance provided access. Moody's team had already disabled the basic alarm ward surrounding the building, allowing Wednesday to work unimpeded on the door itself. The girl approached the entrance with practiced confidence, drawing a slender silver wand from her sleeve, not a standard Hogwarts-approved wand, Harry noted, but something older and more personalized. She traced a complex pattern over the door frame, whispering words in what sounded like ancient Latin. The wood remembers when it was alive, she explained quietly as the door began to emit a faint glow. I'm asking it to recall how it once moved with the wind. The ancient timber shuddered, then swung inward without a sound, as though blown by a gentle breeze rather than forced open. Impressive wand work, Miss Addams, Sirius commented as they slipped inside. Reminds me of old family magic the Blacks used to practice before the Ministry standardized everything. The Ministry's standardization neglected the deeper relationships between magic and the natural world, Morticia remarked as she followed them into a dusty kitchen area. A common oversight of bureaucratic approaches to magical education. They moved through the house silently, following the binding mirror's guidance. Morticia occasionally checked it, confirming that Pettigrew remained in the same upstairs room, though his agitation had increased noticeably. As they reached the main staircase, they heard commotion from another part of the house, shouts and the distinctive sounds of spellfire. Dumbledore's team had evidently engaged someone, possibly Crouch Jr. Or another Death Eater they hadn't anticipated. "We stick to the plan," Sirius whispered, though Harry could see how much he wanted to investigate the fighting. "Pettigrew is our priority." They ascended the stairs carefully, testing each step for creaks or weaknesses. The upper hallway was even more decrepit than the lower floor, with peeling wallpaper and threadbare carpeting that might once have been luxurious. Morticia checked the mirror again, then pointed to a door at the end of the corridor. "There. He's alone, but increasingly frantic." Sirius's face hardened with determination. After 12 years of imprisonment and another year in hiding, he was mere feet away from the man responsible for his suffering. "Remember," Morticia cautioned, placing a restraining hand on Sirius's arm. "We need him alive and capable of testimony." "I know," Sirius replied, his voice tight with suppressed emotion. "But after that?" "Justice takes many forms," Wednesday observed cryptically. "Some more satisfying than others." They positioned themselves around the door, Sirius and Harry to one side, Morticia and Wednesday to the other. On a silent count of 3, Sirius blasted the door open with a powerful reductor curse, and they rushed in with wands drawn. Peter Pettigrew spun around wild-eyed, his watery gaze darting between the intruders with naked panic. He looked worse than when Harry had last seen him in the shrieking shack, thinner, dirtier, with a haunted expression that spoke of constant fear. "Hello, Peter," Sirius said, his wand pointed steadily at his former friend's heart. "Miss me?" Sirius," Pettigrew stammered, backing away until he hit the wall. His eyes shifted frantically. "Harry. Thank goodness you've come. I've been held prisoner, forced to serve, save it," Harry cut him off coldly. "We know what you are. We know what you did." "The binding was our work," Morticia added, stepping forward with the mirror in her hand. "You'll find transformation quite impossible." Pettigrew's eyes widened as he spotted the mirror. "You! But how did you?" He clutched at his left forearm, which Harry now noticed was visibly inflamed around the dark mark. "What have you done to me?" "Justice, Peter," Sirius replied. "Something long overdue." Despite his predicament, Pettigrew's eyes darted toward the door, clearly calculating escape routes. Wednesday, noting this, raised her wand and cast a spell that caused thin black tendrils to emerge from the floorboards, wrapping around Pettigrew's ankles and securing him in place. "Curious," she remarked dispassionately. "Most people struggle more." "Where is Voldemort?" Harry demanded, keeping his wand trained on Pettigrew. "We know he's here." Pettigrew flinched at the name. "The Dark Lord, he'll kill me if I talk. You don't understand what he's capable of." "Please, Harry, for your parents' sake, don't you dare invoke James and Lily," Sirius snarled, taking a threatening step forward. "Not after what you did." A sudden explosion from somewhere below shook the entire house, sending dust raining from the ceiling. The sounds of battle had intensified. "We need to move," Morticia said decisively. "Secure him for transport and join the others." Sirius nodded grimly, casting an incarcerous spell that bound Pettigrew with thick ropes. Wednesday reinforced these with her own bindings, slender black cords that seemed to writhe with a life of their own, wrapping more securely around the struggling man. "This wasn't supposed to happen," Pettigrew whimpered as Sirius roughly pulled him toward the door. "He'll find me wherever I go. He'll kill me for failing." "Your concerns have been noted and discarded," Wednesday informed him flatly. "Betrayers merit little sympathy." They maneuvered their captive into the hallway just as another explosion rocked the house, this one closer and more powerful. The floor beneath them shuddered alarmingly. Structural integrity compromised, Morticia observed with clinical detachment. The house is becoming unstable. Down the back stairs, Sirius directed, pushing Pettigrew ahead of him. Faster exit, less likely to run into whatever's happening in the main hall. They had just reached the narrow servants' staircase when a chilling, high-pitched voice echoed through the house, a voice Harry recognized instantly from his nightmares. Harry Potter. I know you are here. Come to me. Harry froze, a cold dread washing over him. Voldemort was calling him directly. Ignore it, Sirius urged, gripping Harry's shoulder. It's a trap, Harry. We have what we came for. Let Dumbledore handle him. But what if someone's hurt? Harry hesitated, torn between their mission and the instinct to help. Dumbledore's team is highly capable, Morticia reminded him. Our task is securing Pettigrew. The most help you can provide is completing that mission. Harry nodded reluctantly, forcing himself to turn away from the direction of Voldemort's voice. As they hurried down the narrow staircase, Pettigrew stumbling ahead of them under Sirius's prodding, Harry could feel a strange pressure building in his scar, a sign of Voldemort's proximity and agitation. The back staircase led them to a small mudroom adjacent to the kitchen. Through a grimy window, Harry could see flashes of light in the gardens, Moody's team engaging with someone, possibly Crouch Jr. or other Death Eaters they hadn't known about. Almost clear, Sirius muttered, shoving Pettigrew toward the door Wednesday had opened earlier. They were halfway across the threshold when it happened. A tremendous blast shook the entire house, far larger than the previous explosions. The ceiling above them groaned ominously, and Harry looked up just in time to see massive wooden beams beginning to splinter. Move, he shouted, shoving Sirius and Pettigrew forward with all his strength. The group tumbled outside just as the rear portion of Riddle Manor collapsed with a deafening crash. Dust and debris billowed outward, temporarily blinding Harry as he landed hard on the overgrown lawn. When the air cleared enough to see, Harry found Sirius and Morticia already on their feet, with Wednesday calmly brushing dust from her dress as though collapsing buildings were a routine inconvenience. Pettigrew lay face down in the grass, still securely bound and now covered in a layer of plaster dust that gave him a ghostly appearance. Is everyone all right? Harry asked, scrambling to his feet. Perfectly fine, Morticia assured him, somehow looking immaculate despite their narrow escape. Though I believe that explosion was not part of the original plan. Pugsley's diversion shouldn't have affected the main structure, Wednesday confirmed, glancing back at the partially collapsed mansion. Something else happened. A flash of movement caught Harry's eye, figures emerging from the still-standing portion of the house. He recognized Dumbledore's tall form immediately, followed by Lupin supporting an injured wizard Harry didn't know. Behind them came Moody, his magical eye swiveling frantically as he covered their retreat. But what made Harry's blood run cold was the small, misshapen figure floating behind them, surrounded by a sickly green glow. Even from a distance, he could feel its malevolent presence pulling at his scar. Is that, he began. Voldemort, Sirius confirmed grimly. Or what's left of him. The diminutive figure, barely the size of a human infant but with none of a baby's innocence, writhed within its magical containment. Even in its weakened state, the hatred emanating from it was palpable. Dumbledore has him contained, Morticia observed. Impressive spell work. We should move, Sirius urged, hauling the semi-conscious Pettigrew to his feet. Get to the extraction point before, he never finished the sentence. A blast of red light struck the ground near them, sending dirt and grass flying. Harry whirled to see a figure emerging from the tree line, a wild-eyed man with straw-colored hair and a maniacal grin that reminded Harry uncomfortably of the photos he'd seen of Sirius after his arrest. Barty Crouch Jr., Wednesday identified him calmly, raising her wand. Top of his class at Hogwarts, specialized in curses. Give me the rat, Crouch called, his voice unnervingly sing-song. My master needs him. The ritual requires his servant. You'll have to go through us first, Sirius snarled, positioning himself protectively in front of Harry. With pleasure, Crouch grinned wider, twirling his wand with the casual expertise of someone truly dangerous. Crucio. The curse shot toward them, but Morticia stepped forward with unexpected speed, deflecting it with a motion that wasn't quite a standard shield charm. The spell ricocheted, striking a nearby tree and causing its bark to blacken and peel. How rude, Morticia remarked mildly. Cursing without proper introduction. Crouch blinked, momentarily thrown by her casual response to his attack, but recovered quickly. The Addams woman. My master mentioned your interference. His gaze shifted to Wednesday. And the child. Playing with magic beyond your understanding. I understand perfectly well, Wednesday replied, her dark eyes narrowing. Better than you, I suspect. She flicked her wand in a pattern Harry didn't recognize, and the ground beneath Crouch's feet suddenly liquefied, causing him to sink several inches before he managed to counter the spell with a hasty freezing charm. The momentary distraction was enough for Sirius to push Pettigrew toward Harry. Get him to the extraction point, he ordered. Morticia, Wednesday and I will handle Crouch. Harry hesitated, reluctant to leave them behind. Go, Harry, Morticia urged. The mirror is the key to Sirius's freedom. It must be protected, along with its subject. Making his decision, Harry grabbed Pettigrew's bound arm and began dragging him toward the rendezvous point where the Addams hearse waited. Behind him, he could hear the distinctive sounds of high-level dueling, far more complex and deadly than anything practiced at Hogwarts. Pettigrew stumbled alongside him, still bound by the magical ropes but now fully conscious and clearly terrified. Potter, listen to me, he wheezed. You have to let me go. The Dark Lord, what he's planning, you don't understand what's coming. Save it for the Wisengamot, Harry snapped, yanking him forward more roughly than necessary. You don't understand, Pettigrew insisted, his voice rising to a panicked pitch. He needs my blood for the ritual, willing servant's blood. But now he'll use yours instead. That's why he's here, why he lured you. Harry paused, a cold dread washing over him. What ritual? Resurrection, Pettigrew gasped. Bone of father, flesh of servant, blood of enemy. A body of his own again. If he captures you, a chill ran down Harry's spine as he remembered his dream from earlier in the summer. Voldemort had indeed been planning something involving him, something requiring his blood. Before he could question Pettigrew further, multiple figures emerged from the trees ahead, Gomez, Pugsley, and Grandmama, hurrying toward them with wands and other weapons at the ready. Harry! Excellent, you have our rat! Gomez exclaimed, seemingly oblivious to the sounds of battle behind them. And in one piece, too. Grandmama will be so pleased. She's prepared a special welcome brew just for him. Grandmama cackled, holding up a smoking veil of something unidentifiably viscous. Guarantees truthfulness in testimony, she explained with a wink that did nothing to reassure either Harry or Pettigrew. With minimal permanent side effects. Where's Mom? And Wednesday? Pugsley asked, adjusting what appeared to be a bandolier of miniature explosives strapped across his chest. Dealing with Crouch, Harry explained quickly. We should help them. Nonsense. Gomez declared. Morticia is magnificent in magical combat. Why, I've seen her reduce hardened assassins to trembling heaps with nothing but a raised eyebrow and a well-placed hex. No, our job is securing our prisoner. As if to confirm Gomez's assessment, a tremendous crash came from the direction Harry had just fled, followed by an unearthly wailing that didn't sound entirely human. See? Gomez beamed. That's my darling wife's strangulation hex. Crouch won't be bothering anyone for quite some time. Sure enough, moments later, Morticia and Wednesday emerged from the trees, looking completely unruffled. Behind them floated an unconscious Crouch Jr., bound in the same writhing black cords Wednesday had used on Pettigrew. A moderate challenge, Morticia assessed as they rejoined the group. Though his technique lacks refinement. Too much rage, not enough precision. Two captives instead of one. Gomez clapped his hands delightedly. The evening exceeds expectations. Where's Dumbledore? Harry asked, scanning the area. And the others? Heading for the secondary extraction point, Morticia explained. The containment field around Voldemort requires constant maintenance. They couldn't risk proximity to our binding magic, might cause interference. Harry nodded, relieved that Dumbledore and the others were safe. With both Pettigrew and Crouch captured, and Voldemort contained, the operation had succeeded beyond their expectations. Let's get these two secured, Sirius suggested, eyeing Pettigrew with barely contained loathing. The sooner we can present our evidence to the Ministry, the better. As they made their way to the Addams hearse, Harry reflected on how differently this confrontation had gone compared to his previous encounters with Voldemort's forces. Instead of finding himself alone and outmatched, he'd had a team of powerful allies working in coordinated fashion. Instead of relying on luck and last-minute rescue, they'd executed a plan with multiple contingencies. The difference, he realized, was family. Not just any family, but one that accepted his dangerous life and unusual abilities as simply part of who he was, one that faced threats head-on rather than trying to shield him from them. As they loaded their prisoners into the specially prepared compartment in the hearse, which looked suspiciously like a mobile dungeon, Harry caught Sirius watching him with a knowing smile. "Different, isn't it?" his godfather asked quietly. "Having proper backup?" Harry nodded. "I could get used to it." "Good," Sirius squeezed his shoulder. "Because the Addamses don't do anything by half measures. Once they claim you as family, it's for life, and possibly beyond, knowing them." Harry grinned, finding the prospect more comforting than concerning. As the hearse pulled away from Riddle Manor, leaving behind the partially collapsed building and the memories of battles fought, he felt a sense of closure. Pettigrew had been caught. Sirius would be cleared. And Harry had found a home where he truly belonged. Of course, as he'd learned repeatedly during his life with the Addams family, endings were rarely as simple as they first appeared. The aftermath of the Riddle Manor raid unfolded in a series of increasingly bizarre events that would have seemed surreal to Harry just a few months earlier, but now felt almost normal in the context of his new family. Pettigrew and Crouch were initially held in the Addams family dungeon, a fact that horrified Dumbledore until Morticia patiently explained that their dungeons met all international standards for humane prisoner containment, including 3 meals daily, adequate lighting, though the Addamses considered adequate somewhat differently than most, and absolutely no torture devices in active use. The Iron Maiden is purely decorative these days, Gomez had assured the concerned headmaster. Though it does make an excellent conversation piece during dinner parties. Within 24 hours, Dumbledore had arranged for an emergency session of the Wizengamot, bypassing Minister Fudge entirely by invoking ancient procedural rules that even the minister couldn't override. The Addamses, with their extensive knowledge of magical law predating the modern ministry, had helped identify the precise statutes that enabled this maneuver. The hearing itself was a sensation. The appearance of the supposedly dead Peter Pettigrew, bound by ancient magic that prevented any transformation or deception, created an uproar that took nearly an hour to settle. When Grandmama's Truth Brew, which had been carefully modified to meet legal standards after Dumbledore's insistence, loosened Pettigrew's tongue, the full story emerged in damning detail. Sirius sat stoically throughout Pettigrew's testimony, his expression hardening only when the rat-like man described betraying James and Lily Potter. Harry, seated between Morticia and Wednesday in the visitors' gallery, found their steady presence surprisingly comforting as he relived the painful revelations. When the Wizengamot finally delivered its verdict, full exoneration for Sirius Black, with compensation for wrongful imprisonment and a formal ministry apology, the Addamses celebrated in typically dramatic fashion. Gomez set off fireworks inside the ministry atrium that formed a spectral gallows with Pettigrew's likeness swinging from it, a display that caused several ministry officials to file complaints, all of which mysteriously vanished from the records overnight. The Prophet's headline the next morning screamed, "Sirius Black innocent. Pettigrew alive. Ministry bungles biggest case in decades." Rita Skeeter's accompanying article was uncharacteristically accurate, possibly because Morticia had invited the reporter to tea the previous week and engaged in what she described as a thoroughly illuminating conversation about the consequences of misrepresentation. Skeeter had left the mansion looking unusually pale but with impeccable notes. The matter of Voldemort proved more complicated. Dumbledore had successfully contained the wraith-like form they discovered at Riddle Manor, but even he admitted that permanent containment was beyond current magical knowledge. The homunculus body was weakening without Pettigrew's care, but the soul fragment within remained dangerous. He cannot be truly destroyed until certain preparations are made, Dumbledore explained cryptically during a private meeting with Harry, Sirius, and the elder Addamses. There are anchors, keeping his soul tethered to this world. Horcruxes, Grandmama stated bluntly, causing Dumbledore to nearly drop his teacup in shock. Oh, don't look so surprised, Albus. The Addams family library contains references dating back to the earliest known applications of soul fragmentation. Nasty business, but hardly obscure to those who study the older arts. Indeed, Dumbledore recovered quickly. Then you understand why Voldemort cannot be permanently defeated until these objects are found and destroyed. Objects, plural. Morticia raised a perfect eyebrow. How ambitious of him. Most practitioners limit themselves to a single anchor, given the substantial psychological deterioration each split causes. How many are we talking about? Sirius asked, looking between Dumbledore and the Addamses with growing concern. I believe he intended to create 6, resulting in a 7-part soul, Dumbledore replied grimly. Based on evidence I've gathered over the years. One of which currently resides in Harry's scar, Wednesday commented from the doorway, where she had apparently been listening unnoticed. When everyone turned to stare at her, she shrugged. It's obvious to anyone with proper training in soul magic. His aura has a distinct fracture pattern consistent with parasitic soul attachment. Harry's hand flew to his forehead. I have a piece of Voldemort's soul in my head. The idea was so horrifying he felt physically ill. I had suspected, Dumbledore admitted heavily. But I'd hoped to find a solution before burdening you with this knowledge, Harry. Knowledge is never a burden, Morticia contradicted gently. Uncertainty and ignorance are far heavier loads to carry. She turned to Harry with compassionate eyes. This explains your Parseltongue ability, your connection to his emotions, and certain aspects of your magical affinity. Can it be removed? Harry asked, trying to keep the desperation from his voice. Yes, Wednesday stated with such certainty that everyone, including Dumbledore, turned to her in surprise. Miss Addams, Dumbledore began cautiously, Horcrux extraction is extraordinarily complex magic. Attempts throughout history have invariably resulted in the death of the living vessel. Because they approached it as extraction rather than transference, Wednesday countered calmly. The soul fragment cannot exist independently without a container. But it can be moved from one container to another more suitable for destruction. Fascinating theory, Dumbledore mused, stroking his beard thoughtfully. But the practical application has been documented in the Addams grimoires, Morticia finished. A distant ancestor encountered a similar situation in the 14th century. The procedure is complex but achievable with proper preparation. Harry looked between them, hope rising. So you could get this thing out of me? Without killing me? Certainly, Grandmama cackled. Might leave you temporarily dead for a minute or two, but nothing permanent. Mother, Morticia chided gently, let's not alarm Harry unnecessarily. The temporary separation of soul and body is a technical detail, not the focus. Harry wasn't sure whether to laugh or panic at the casual way they discussed his temporary death. But compared to living with a piece of Voldemort inside him forever, a brief death experience seemed almost reasonable. The Addams influence was definitely affecting his perspective on normality. This requires further discussion, Dumbledore stated, looking troubled. And I would need to review the procedure before giving my approval. With all due respect, Headmaster, Sirius interjected firmly, that decision belongs to Harry and his guardians. which is now myself and the Addamses, not you. Dumbledore conceded the point with a slight nod. Of course. I merely offer my assistance and expertise. Which we welcome, Morticia assured him diplomatically. This should be a collaborative effort, drawing on all available knowledge. The discussion turned to practical matters, the timeline for the procedure, after thorough preparation but before Harry's return to Hogwarts, the other Horcruxes that needed locating, and the secured containment of the homunculus Voldemort until all soul fragments could be addressed simultaneously. As the adults continued their planning, Harry found himself drawn into a side conversation with Wednesday, who had claimed the seat beside him. "Are you afraid?" she asked with her typical directness. Harry considered the question honestly. Yes. But not as much as I should be, probably. Fear is rational when facing soul magic, she observed. But the procedure itself is fascinating. Great Aunt Abhorrence documented it quite meticulously, including the sensation of temporary non-corporeality. Is that supposed to be comforting? Harry asked, unable to suppress a small smile despite the circumstances. Comfort is overrated, Wednesday replied with a shrug. Understanding is more useful. Harry found, somewhat to his surprise, that he agreed with her. The Addams' straightforward approach to even the most terrifying magical concepts had begun to influence his own thinking. Rather than being protected from frightening truths, he preferred having the full picture, no matter how disturbing. When would we do this procedure? He asked, returning his attention to the main conversation. The waning moon in 3 weeks would be optimal, Morticia suggested. It provides the necessary celestial alignment for soul transference while giving us adequate preparation time. And what about Hogwarts? Harry continued. Term starts in a month. You'll be fully recovered well before then, Gomez assured him cheerfully. These procedures rarely leave lasting effects. Except Great Uncle Forsaken, of course, but he insisted on using an inferior containment vessel. Possessed umbrella stand for weeks. Family had to keep him in the front hall. Most inconvenient for visitors. Harry stared at him, then looked to Morticia for clarification. Gomez is exaggerating, she assured him. Great Uncle Forsaken was only partially trapped in the umbrella stand. His lower extremities remained quite functional. Somehow, this clarification didn't make Harry feel significantly better. The planning continued well into the evening, with various members of the extended Addams clan joining to offer their expertise or simply satisfy their curiosity about the famous Harry Potter who had become their newest relative. Uncle Fester demonstrated an alarming method of powering magical containment fields using his own electrical conductivity. Cousin ITT provided detailed ministry protocols for handling confiscated dark artifacts, delivered in his characteristic squeaking that only the Addamses could fully understand. By the time Harry finally retreated to his tower bedroom, his head was spinning with information about Horcruxes, soul transference, and the myriad ways the Addamses had historically dealt with possession, soul fragmentation, and spiritual parasites. Sirius found him there an hour later, staring out the window at the moonlit cemetery. Quite a day, his godfather remarked, joining him at the window. Finding out you're carrying around a piece of Voldemort's soul would qualify as life-changing news for most people. For you, it's just Tuesday. Harry snorted. My life stopped being normal a long time ago. True, Sirius acknowledged. But it's taken a decidedly more macabre turn since the Addamses adopted you. Do you think they can really do it? Harry asked, voicing his deepest concern. Get this thing out of me. I do, Sirius replied without hesitation. The Addamses have forgotten more about obscure magic than most wizards will ever learn. And if anyone can survive the procedure, it's you, Harry. He bumped Harry's shoulder gently. Besides, death doesn't seem to be a permanent state in this household anyway. Harry laughed despite himself. It was true, the Addams family's casual relationship with mortality was oddly reassuring in this context. Death was just another state of being to them, not the ultimate end. There is one more thing we need to discuss, Sirius added, his tone growing more serious. With my name cleared, I can now legally claim guardianship over you as your godfather. But the Addamses have also established a legitimate claim through family magic. Harry tensed. Are you saying I have to choose? Not at all, Sirius grinned. I'm saying you get both. The Addamses have proposed a shared guardianship. I'll be your primary guardian, but you'll remain officially connected to the Addams family through magical adoption. Best of both worlds. Relief washed over Harry. So I can live with you, but still be part of the Addams family? Exactly. I've actually been looking at properties near here. There's a surprisingly nice cottage at the edge of the Addams estate that Gomez says has been vacant for years. Something about the previous occupant being absorbed into the east wall during an unfortunate enchantment mishap. Of course, Harry rolled his eyes, but couldn't help smiling. The point is, Sirius continued, you'll have a proper home with me, plus the protection and resources of the Addams family. And given what we know now about the Horcruxes and Voldemort's eventual return, I think we're going to need all the help we can get. Harry nodded, turning his gaze back to the cemetery. Among the stone angels and mausoleums, he could see Wednesday practicing some kind of ritual dance by moonlight, her movements creating faint trails of silvery light in the air. Pugsley was nearby, methodically testing small explosives on a series of gravestones that Morticia had apparently designated as replaceable. It was weird, unconventional, and slightly terrifying, but somehow, it had become home. And for the first time in his life, Harry had adults who were prepared to face the darkness alongside him rather than trying to shield him from it. I think we're going to be okay, he said finally. In a completely abnormal way. I wouldn't have it any other way, Sirius replied, slinging an arm around his shoulders. The Horcrux removal procedure took place exactly 3 weeks later, in a specially prepared chamber deep beneath the Addams mansion. Harry had spent those weeks in intensive preparation, learning meditation techniques from Morticia to help him separate his own consciousness from the soul fragment, practicing specific magical exercises with Wednesday to strengthen his core identity, and even submitting to Grandmama's increasingly bizarre potions regimen to prepare his body for the temporary separation of his soul. The chamber itself was both impressive and terrifying, a circular room with walls of polished obsidian, illuminated by floating candles that burned with black flames. In the center stood a stone altar carved with runes so ancient even Dumbledore admitted unfamiliarity with some of them. Are you ready, Harry? Morticia asked, her pale hands adjusting the final items on a table beside the altar, an ornate silver dagger, 7 black candles, a small cauldron of bubbling liquid, and a simple wooden box lined with lead and silver. Harry nodded, unable to speak past the knot of anxiety in his throat. He was dressed in robes of midnight blue that Morticia had provided, embroidered with protective symbols in silver thread. The entire Addams family was present, along with Sirius, Dumbledore, and, somewhat surprisingly, Professor Snape, whose expertise in both occlumency and dark arts had proven unexpectedly valuable during the preparations. Snape had been coldly professional throughout, though Harry occasionally caught him watching the Addamses with a mixture of wariness and reluctant respect. The procedure has 3 phases, Morticia reminded him as he took his position on the altar. First, the separation, isolating the foreign soul fragment from your own. Second, the extraction, transferring the fragment to the containment vessel. Third, the reintegration, ensuring your soul returns properly to your body. The temporary death occurs during the second phase, Wednesday added helpfully from where she stood at the eastern point of the ritual circle. Your body will appear clinically dead for approximately 107 seconds. Thanks for the precision, Harry muttered, lying back on the cold stone. Precision matters in soul work, she replied seriously. 108 seconds would risk permanent detachment of certain spiritual anchors. Harry decided not to ask for further clarification. Gomez took his position at the head of the altar, looking uncharacteristically solemn. Sirius, as blood guardian, you'll stand at Harry's right. Morticia, as magical guardian, at his left. The rest of you, maintain the circle exactly as rehearsed. Dumbledore and Snape exchanged glances but took their assigned positions without comment. The headmaster had initially expressed reservations about the procedure, but after reviewing the Addams grimoires and consulting with certain unnamed contacts of his own, he had reluctantly conceded that their method offered the best chance of removing the Horcrux without harming Harry permanently. "We begin," Morticia announced, raising her hands. "As the moon wanes, so too shall the unwelcome spirit wane from our bloodkin." The ritual proceeded exactly as they had practiced, with each participant adding their specific contribution at precisely the right moment. Grandmama's potions, Pugsley's carefully calibrated alchemical reactions, Wednesday's eerily perfect incantations, and Gomez's focused direction of magical energies all flowed together in a symphony of ancient power. For Harry, the experience was simultaneously terrifying and fascinating. He could feel the foreign presence in his scar responding to the ritual, first agitating, then trying to burrow deeper, and finally beginning to separate like oil rising from water. The pain was considerable but manageable, thanks to Grandmama's preparatory potions. What was more disturbing was the sensation of something that had been part of him for as long as he could remember being gradually pulled away. When they reached the critical second phase, Morticia placed the silver dagger in Sirius's hand. With steady fingers, his godfather traced a precise pattern on Harry's forehead, reopening the lightning scar with shallow cuts that followed the ritual design they had practiced. "Blood of the Guardian, freely given to reclaim what was taken," Sirius intoned, adding a drop of his own blood to the pattern. The moment it touched Harry's scar, he felt a searing pain unlike anything he'd experienced before. His back arched involuntarily, and he might have screamed, he wasn't sure. The world contracted to a single point of agony centered on his forehead, and then expanded suddenly into profound darkness. Harry found himself floating in a void, disconnected from his body but still aware. This must be the temporary death Wednesday had described so clinically. Strangely, he felt no fear, only a profound sense of lightness and clarity. The constant background presence he'd never consciously recognized, the subtle weight of Voldemort's soul fragment, was gone. From somewhere infinitely distant, he heard Wednesday counting calmly, 43, 44, 45. Time had little meaning in this state, but Harry sensed he wasn't alone in the void. Something else had been extracted with him, something dark and writhing and furious. The Horcrux, now separated but not yet contained, seeking to reattach itself to the nearest living vessel. 67, 68, 69. The Horcrux couldn't reach him in this state, they were both disembodied, both between worlds, but Harry could sense its desperation growing as Morticia continued the containment incantation in that same distant place where his body lay. 89, 90, 91. The darkness around the soul fragment was constricting now, Wednesday's precision and Morticia's power combining to force it toward the prepared container. It fought viciously, sending tendrils of malevolence in all directions, seeking escape. 105, 106, 107. Abruptly, Harry felt a powerful tug, as though an invisible hook had caught him behind the navel. The void blurred around him, and with a sensation like breaking through the surface of water after being submerged, he slammed back into his body. He gasped, eyes flying open to see the concerned faces of Sirius and Morticia bent over him. Behind them, the rest of the circle maintained their positions, though he could see the strain of sustained magical effort on their faces. "Did it work?" he croaked, his voice raw as though he'd been screaming. "See for yourself," Morticia replied, helping him sit up slowly and gesturing toward the wooden box. The lid stood open, revealing a small, twisted thing inside, something between smoke and flesh, writhing in evident agony as it pressed against invisible barriers. It vaguely resembled the homunculus form they had captured at Riddle Manor, but smaller, less defined, and somehow more pathetic. "That was in me," Harry whispered, unable to tear his gaze from the hideous fragment. "Since you were 15 months old," Dumbledore confirmed, stepping forward once Morticia indicated it was safe to approach. A piece of Voldemort, torn when his killing curse rebounded. "One down, 5 to go," Sirius added grimly, helping Harry swing his legs off the altar. "How do you feel?" Harry considered the question, taking stock of his body and mind. His scar throbbed dully, but it was a clean pain, like a healing wound rather than the sharp, invasive agony he'd grown accustomed to. His thoughts felt, clearer somehow, as though a constant background noise had finally ceased. "Different," he said finally. "Lighter. Like I've been carrying a weight I never noticed until it was gone." "The body adapts to parasites," Wednesday observed, approaching to examine his scar with clinical interest. "You integrated it remarkably well for a non-Addams. Most hosts show significant psychological deterioration after prolonged exposure." "Thanks. I think," Harry replied, bemused by her unique brand of compliment. "The healing is progressing already," Morticia noted, gently touching the area around his scar. "Though you'll always bear the mark. Some magical signatures cannot be completely erased." Small price to pay, Harry decided, watching as Gomez carefully closed the box containing the soul fragment. "What happens to that now?" "It will be stored securely until we locate the remaining Horcruxes," Dumbledore explained. "When all are gathered, they must be destroyed simultaneously to prevent any possibility of Voldemort reconstituting himself." "Which means we have homework," Gomez declared cheerfully, his usual exuberance returning now that the ritual was complete. "Horcrux hunting. A splendid family activity." "Indeed," Morticia agreed with a small smile. "Though perhaps after Harry has fully recovered. Soul transference requires at least 72 hours of rest and reintegration." "And chocolate," Grandmama added, pressing a steaming mug into Harry's hands. "My special restorative blend. Only slightly hallucinogenic." Dumbledore raised his eyebrows at this, but Sirius merely laughed and helped Harry take a cautious sip. The liquid was rich and sweet with an undertone of something earthy and complex. Immediately, warmth spread through Harry's limbs, and the lingering chill of his temporary death began to recede. "Now," Morticia announced, "we should allow Harry to rest. The celebration of successful soul extraction can wait until tomorrow." "The Addamses celebrate soul extraction?" Snape muttered, speaking for the first time since the ritual began. "We celebrate everything, Mr. Snape," Morticia replied serenely. "Life, death, and all the fascinating states in between." The weeks following the Horcrux removal were some of the happiest Harry could remember. Free from the soul fragment's influence, he found himself sleeping better, thinking more clearly, and experiencing a noticeable improvement in his magical control. The meditation techniques Morticia had taught him came more easily now, and even his occlumency practice with Snape, who continued to visit the mansion periodically at Dumbledore's request, showed marked improvement. Sirius, meanwhile, had moved into the cottage at the edge of the Addams estate, after Gomez and Lurch had performed what they called a thorough exorcism of the east wall to address the previous tenant issue. The cottage was small but comfortable, with enough room for both Harry and Sirius while maintaining close proximity to the Addams mansion. August passed in a blur of magical training, Horcrux research, and what the Addamses considered normal family activities, which ranged from midnight swamp expeditions to collect rare potions ingredients to elaborate fencing tournaments in the grand hall that somehow always ended with Gomez and Morticia disappearing for hours afterward. As the start of the school term approached, preparations began for Harry's return to Hogwarts. Morticia insisted on a complete wardrobe upgrade, providing Harry with clothing that, while not as dramatically gothic as the Addams style, was of significantly higher quality than anything he'd owned before. "Appearance reflects self-respect," she explained as Harry tried on a set of casual robes in deep emerald that complemented his eyes. "And commanding respect from others begins with respecting oneself. Plus," Sirius added with a grin, "you'll drive Snape mad showing up in Slytherin colors." The trip to Diagon Alley for school supplies became a full family excursion, with the Addamses drawing stunned stares from other shoppers as they swept through the magical shopping district in their distinctive Gothic finery. Wednesday terrified the clerk at Flourish and Blots by requesting books from the restricted section with such specific knowledge of dark curses that the poor man nearly fainted. Pugsley caused a minor panic in the apothecary by loudly discussing the explosive potential of certain ingredient combinations. Gomez charmed the goblins at Gringotts by greeting them in their native tongue and discussing investment strategies that even they found aggressively risky. The highlight of the trip came when they encountered the Weasleys and Hermione outside Quality Quidditch Supplies. Harry had maintained correspondence with his friends throughout the summer, but seeing their reactions to his new family in person was priceless. "Blimey, Harry," Ron whispered after introductions had been made. "When you said your new guardians were a bit unusual, I thought maybe they collected garden gnomes or something." "The Addamses do maintain a collection of gnomes," Wednesday informed him solemnly. "Though ours are properly taxidermied and arranged in historically accurate battle formations." Ron's eyes widened in alarm, and he took a subtle step closer to his mother. Hermione, meanwhile, had engaged Morticia in an intense discussion about the family's library, her initial wariness quickly overcome by academic curiosity. "You have original grimoires from the pre-Wand era? And actual texts by Morgana Le Fay?" "Several," Morticia confirmed. "Though her personal correspondence is more illuminating than her published works." She had quite progressive views on magical integration for her time. By the end of the encounter, Mrs. Weasley had extended a somewhat nervous invitation for the entire Addams clan to attend the Quidditch World Cup with them the following week, an invitation Gomez accepted with characteristic enthusiasm. Quidditch. Marvelous sport. The Addams family hasn't attended a professional match since great-grandfather Slaughter was banned for releasing carnivorous bats during the World Final of 1754. "He was merely enhancing the challenge factor," Morticia added placidly. The Spanish team sent a thank you note afterward. Apparently, it improved their reflexes considerably. Harry caught Sirius's eye and they both struggled not to laugh at Mrs. Weasley's expression of polite horror. The Quidditch World Cup itself proved to be an even more eventful outing than anticipated. The Addams family's tent in the campground became an immediate curiosity, resembling a full-sized Gothic mansion complete with turrets and what appeared to be actual gargoyles perched along the roofline. "Expansion charms," Gomez explained cheerfully to the harried ministry official who came to investigate. "Perfectly standard. Just with a bit of architectural flair." The match between Ireland and Bulgaria was spectacular, though Harry found himself frequently distracted by his companion's reactions. Wednesday maintained a running commentary on the statistical probability of various injuries occurring, while Pugsley seemed more interested in the structural integrity of the stadium than the game itself. Morticia applauded politely for particularly elegant plays, regardless of which team performed them, while Gomez cheered wildly for both sides, apparently enjoying the sport without caring about the outcome. It was after the match, when the Death Eater attack began, that the true difference in Harry's circumstances became apparent. In the past, such a situation would have found him separated from adults, forced to fend for himself and his friends amidst chaos. This time, as masked figures began torturing muggles and setting fires throughout the campground, he found himself surrounded by protectors, and not just any protectors, but ones who viewed the attack with calm assessment rather than panic. "How tedious," Morticia remarked, watching the masked wizards with disapproval. "Terrorizing helpless muggles shows such a lack of imagination. Not to mention poor technique," Wednesday added, studying the floating forms with critical eyes. "Their levitation control is amateur at best." "Should we intervene, my dear?" Gomez asked, looking to Morticia while casually deflecting a stray curse with a silver-headed cane Harry hadn't noticed him carrying before. "It would be the neighborly thing to do," Morticia agreed. "Children, stay with Harry and Sirius. Gomez and I will assist in restoring order." What followed was both terrifying and impressive. The Addams couple moved through the chaos with graceful coordination, disabling Death Eaters with spells Harry had never seen before, magic that seemed to twist shadows into solid forms, that turned the ground itself against the attackers, that moved with the fluid unpredictability of smoke yet struck with the precision of a rapier. Within minutes, they had immobilized 5 Death Eaters without a single conventional spell, leaving the masked figures bound in what appeared to be their own animated shadows, unable to move or speak. Ministry Aurors who arrived moments later found themselves with neatly packaged prisoners and expressions of profound confusion. Addams family defensive magic, Sirius explained to Harry as they watched. Designed to incapacitate without being easily classified as light or dark. The ministries never quite figured out how to regulate it. Wicked, Ron breathed beside them, watching as Morticia calmly instructed an Auror on how to maintain the shadow bindings until more conventional restraints could be applied. The chaos ended abruptly with the appearance of the dark mark in the sky, though not before Wednesday had taken detailed notes on its magical construction, muttering something about efficient symbolism and interesting psycho-emotional linkage. The incident cemented Harry's growing realization that life with the Addamses meant facing danger differently. Not avoiding it, if anything, the family seemed to attract unusual situations, but approaching it with knowledge, preparation, and a certain macabre enjoyment that transformed fear into something more manageable. By the time September 1st arrived and Harry boarded the Hogwarts Express, he felt more prepared for whatever the school year might bring than ever before. The Horcrux was gone from his scar. Sirius was free and established as his legal guardian. The Addams family had accepted him completely into their unusual world. And for once, adults with real power and knowledge were actively working to address the Voldemort situation rather than hiding information from him. Of course, as Harry would soon learn, even the best preparation couldn't account for everything, especially when it came to the Triwizard Tournament and the elaborate plot surrounding it. The announcement of the Triwizard Tournament at the welcome feast created the expected excitement among the Hogwarts students, though Harry found himself viewing it with more caution than enthusiasm. Morticia's comments about the historical fatality rates associated with the competition lingered in his mind, as did Dumbledore's warning about Voldemort potentially using the tournament somehow. Eternal glory and 1,000 galleons, Ron sighed dreamily as they headed up to Gryffindor Tower after the feast. Shame about the age restriction. I think it's sensible, Hermione countered. The tasks have historically been extremely dangerous. In 1792, all three champions were severely injured by a cockatrice. Wednesday would probably consider that a highlight, Harry remarked with a small smile, earning confused looks from his friends, who were still adjusting to references about his new family. The arrival of the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang delegations in October brought a festive atmosphere to the castle. Harry watched the elaborate entrances with interest, noticing details he might have missed in previous years, the subtle magic enhancing the Beauxbatons' carriage horses, the specific runes carved into the Durmstrang ship's hull that allowed it to travel underwater. The Addams mansion uses similar dimensional folding in its architecture, he explained to a fascinated Hermione after she commented on the carriage's obviously expanded interior. Though Morticia says their method predates wizard space charms by several centuries. When Halloween arrived and the Goblet of Fire prepared to select the champions, Harry felt an unexpected sense of relief at being excluded by the age restriction. For once, he could simply be a spectator rather than a participant in dangerous events. This relief evaporated completely when, after selecting Cedric Diggory, Fleur Delacour, and Victor Crumb, the goblet unexpectedly produced a fourth name, Harry Potter. The shock and accusations that followed were painfully familiar, the immediate assumption that he had somehow cheated, the resentment from his fellow students, the helplessness of being forced into a dangerous situation against his will. What was different, however, was Harry's response. I did not put my name in the goblet, he stated calmly but firmly in the antechamber where the champions had gathered, addressing not just the other champions but the assembled headmasters and ministry officials. I will take Veritaserum to confirm this if necessary, or provide a sworn magical oath. That won't be necessary, my boy, Dumbledore began, but Harry continued undeterred. Furthermore, as I am a minor whose magical guardian did not consent to this competition, I formally protest my inclusion and request an investigation into who circumvented the age line to enter me. Ludo Bagman sputtered in surprise, while Karkaroff and Madame Maxime exchanged startled glances at his unexpectedly formal response. I'm afraid the magical contract is binding regardless, Barty Crouch Sr. interjected stiffly. Once selected by the goblet, a champion must compete or risk losing their magic. Then I will compete under protest, Harry replied, remembering Morticia's lessons on maintaining composure in difficult situations. And I expect a full investigation into how this occurred, as it represents a serious security breach in an event involving international magical cooperation. His mature response seemed to catch the adults off guard, creating an awkward silence broken only when Dumbledore cleared his throat. "A reasonable request," the headmaster acknowledged. "I will inform your guardians immediately of this development." "Thank you," Harry nodded, then turned to the other champions. "I apologize for this disruption. It was not my intention to overshadow your selection or undermine the traditional structure of the tournament." Cedric looked surprised but nodded in acknowledgement. Crumb's expression remained impassive, though his eyes studied Harry with new interest. Fleur merely sniffed dismissively. The meeting concluded with tense formality, and Harry returned to Gryffindor Tower to find exactly the reception he had expected, half the house celebrating his selection as though it were a tremendous achievement, the other half eyeing him with suspicion and resentment. Ron's obvious disbelief when Harry insisted he hadn't entered himself was particularly painful but not unexpected. Harry endured the questions and accusations for precisely 10 minutes before excusing himself to the dormitory, where he immediately penned letters to both Sirius and the Addamses explaining what had happened. He sent them with Hedwig before falling into an uneasy sleep, wondering what fresh disaster this forced participation would bring. The response came sooner than expected. At breakfast the next morning, as Harry sat isolated at the Gryffindor table, Ron still refusing to speak to him, most others whispering about him, the great hall's doors swung open with dramatic force. Morticia and Gomez Addams swept into the hall, accompanied by a grim-faced Sirius. Their arrival silenced the room instantly, all eyes drawn to the imposing figures dressed in formal black attire that somehow managed to look both elegant and vaguely threatening. "Harry, dear," Morticia called, spotting him and gliding toward the Gryffindor table with ethereal grace. "We came as soon as we received your letter." Morning inspection of the champions' families, Gomez announced loudly for the benefit of the startled-looking staff members now rising from the head table. "Perfectly traditional part of the tournament. Read all about it in Triwizard Tragedies and Triumphs, 1407 edition." Dumbledore had reached them by now, extending a hand in greeting. "Morticia, Gomez, Sirius. I see news travels quickly. When it concerns Harry, we maintain certain monitoring arrangements," Morticia replied cryptically. "We understand he has been entered against his will." "An investigation is already underway," Dumbledore assured them. "Though I'm afraid the magical contract appears binding." "We anticipated as much," Sirius nodded. "Which is why we're here to discuss terms and conditions." "Terms?" Professor McGonagall had joined them now, looking confused. "But of course," Gomez exclaimed. "If Harry must participate under duress, certain accommodations are only reasonable. Family support, training facilities, safety provisions, standard negotiating points in contested tournament participation." Harry wasn't sure such provisions were standard at all, but he wasn't about to contradict Gomez's confident assertion. Judging by the bemused expressions around them, no one else was either. "Perhaps we should continue this discussion in my office," Dumbledore suggested diplomatically, aware of the hundreds of curious eyes watching the exchange. "Excellent idea," Morticia agreed. "Harry, you'll join us, of course. Educational to observe proper magical negotiation techniques." As Harry rose to follow them, he caught Ron's eye across the table. His friend's expression had shifted from resentment to confusion, with a hint of the awe that the Addamses tended to inspire in those encountering them for the first time. The negotiation, in Dumbledore's office proved to be both entertaining and effective. Gomez, it turned out, was a formidable advocate when properly focused, citing obscure tournament regulations and precedents that even Dumbledore seemed surprised to hear existed. The Palermo Addendum of 1683 clearly states that unwilling champions may designate family representatives to inspect all task parameters before participation, he declared, producing an ancient-looking scroll from inside his suit jacket. And the Basel Convention specifically allows for specialized training to address the inequality created by age or experience disparities. "I was unaware those provisions remained in effect," Dumbledore admitted, examining the documents with genuine interest. "They were never formally repealed," Sirius added, clearly having done his own research. And as this is presented as a revival of the traditional tournament, traditional rules would logically apply. By the end of the meeting, they had secured several significant concessions. Harry would be permitted regular contact with his guardians throughout the tournament, Sirius and the Addamses would be allowed to review the safety measures for each task in advance, and perhaps most importantly, Harry would be granted special permission to train outside normal class hours with adult supervision. "We'll be staying nearby, of course," Morticia informed Harry as they prepared to leave. "Gomez has acquired a small property in Hogsmeade, that charming building with the suspicious history of disappearances and unexplained phenomena." "The Shrieking Shack?" Harry asked incredulously. "Is that what they call it?" Gomez looked delighted. "How wonderfully atmospheric. Needs some renovation, of course, not nearly enough turrets or gargoyles, but it has excellent bones." Both literally and figuratively, according to the estate agent's nervous disclosure. Harry couldn't help laughing at the idea of the Addamses renovating Hogwarts' most haunted building into a suitable family residence. "You're really staying?" "Of course, dear," Morticia assured him. "Family supports family through life-threatening magical tournaments. It's tradition." The knowledge that his newfound family would be nearby throughout the tournament lifted an enormous weight from Harry's shoulders. While he still faced the unknown challenges ahead, he wouldn't be facing them alone or with only his school friends for support. The Addamses' presence in Hogsmeade quickly became a topic of fascination among the Hogwarts students. The Shrieking Shack's transformation occurred with astonishing speed, the dilapidated building sprouting additional towers, ornate ironwork, and what appeared to be an entire conservatory of deadly-looking plants within days of their arrival. Rumors spread about strange lights and sounds coming from the property, about deliveries of unusual materials, and about the tall, lurching figure seen maintaining the grounds. Harry visited every weekend, using the time to train for the tournament and to escape the continued tension within the castle. Ron had finally accepted Harry hadn't entered himself after witnessing the Addamses in action, but other students remained suspicious or hostile, particularly the Slytherins with their "Potter Stinks" badges. The Addamses' approach to tournament preparation was characteristically unconventional. When Harry informed them that the first task involved dragons, courtesy of Hagrid's nighttime tour of the enclosure, their reaction was not the horror he had expected. "Dragons!" Gomez exclaimed delightedly. "Magnificent creatures. Great Aunt Catastrophe kept one as a pet until that unfortunate incident with the village milkmaid. Never did find all the pieces. The challenge is obtaining an egg guarded by the dragon," Harry explained, choosing to ignore the disturbing anecdote. "I've been practicing summoning charms with Hermione, thinking I could summon my broom and try to outfly it." "A sound strategy leveraging your natural strengths," Morticia approved. "Though perhaps we might supplement it with some Addams family techniques for draconic placation." What followed was an intensive crash course in dragon behavior that no textbook would ever include. Grandmama provided a salve that would mask Harry's human scent with something less appetizing to fire breathers. Wednesday suggested specific pressure points that, if struck precisely, would temporarily disorient a dragon's inner ear balance. Pugsley demonstrated a compound that, when ignited, produced a smoke particularly aggravating to draconic respiratory systems. By the time the first task arrived, Harry felt more prepared than he would have believed possible a few weeks earlier. The sight of the Hungarian horntail still sent a chill down his spine, but he approached the challenge with calculated determination rather than desperate courage. His performance combined conventional magic with Addams' innovations to spectacular effect. The summoning charm brought his firebolt as planned, but it was the Addams scent masking salve that prevented the dragon from tracking him by smell when he momentarily disappeared from her sight. When a particularly aggressive lunge brought the horntail too close for comfort, Harry deployed Pugsley's smoke compound, creating a momentary distraction that allowed him to swoop in and capture the golden egg. "Marvelous technique." Ludo Bagman's voice boomed as Harry landed safely with the egg. "Creative use of diversionary tactics and excellent flying skills. Our youngest champion completes the task with minimal damage and impressive efficiency." The judges awarded him high marks, placing him tied for first with Crumb. As he left the enclosure, Harry was immediately enveloped in Sirius's proud embrace, followed by Gomez's enthusiastic backslapping and Morticia's more restrained but equally warm congratulations. Excellent execution, Wednesday assessed clinically. Though the Horntail's flame pattern suggested a vulnerability to sound disruption you might have exploited more effectively. I'll keep that in mind for the next time I face a dragon, Harry replied with a grin, recognizing her critique as the closest thing to praise Wednesday typically offered. The success of the first task improved Harry's standing among his fellow students considerably. Ron's apology and reconciliation came as a relief, and even most Hufflepuffs grudgingly acknowledged his impressive performance. Only the Slytherins, led by Malfoy, maintained their hostile attitude, though even they seemed less vocal in their criticism. As November turned to December, the announcement of the Yule Ball created a new kind of challenge for Harry. As a champion, he was required to attend with a partner and open the dancing. The prospect filled him with more dread than the dragon had. "It's just dancing, Harry," Sirius teased during their weekend visit to the Addams Hogsmeade residence, now referred to locally as the New Shrieking Shack, due to the occasional operatic arias that emanated from it at odd hours. "Not life-threatening at all." "Speak for yourself," Harry muttered. "I have no idea how to dance, and everyone will be watching." "A simple problem to remedy," Morticia declared. "Gomez and I would be delighted to teach you." And so, in addition to preparing for the second task, the golden egg screeching remained an unsolved puzzle. Harry found himself receiving dance lessons in the Addams ballroom, a cavernous space they had somehow incorporated into the renovated shack, defying all normal architectural limitations. Morticia proved to be an excellent teacher, guiding Harry through the basic steps of traditional wizarding dances with patience and precision. Gomez demonstrated with characteristic exuberance, occasionally spinning Morticia into such passionate tangos that Harry had to discreetly leave the room until they remembered his presence. "The key is confidence," Morticia advised. "Technical perfection matters less than carrying yourself with assurance. Lead with intention, and your partner will follow naturally." By the time the Yule Ball arrived, Harry had mastered enough basic steps to feel moderately confident. He had invited Parvati Patil after finally accepting that his crush on Cho Chang wouldn't materialize into a date, since she had already agreed to go with Cedric. The Addamses, naturally, had secured invitations as champions' family representatives, arriving in formal attire that managed to be simultaneously elegant and slightly unsettling. Morticia's gown of black spider silk with what appeared to be actual spiders still inhabiting the lace trim caused a sensation among the students and staff alike. Gomez, resplendent in a vintage tuxedo with blood-red accents, charmed the visiting headmistress Madame Maxime with his fluent French and extravagant compliments, much to Hagrid's visible dismay. "Your family is different," Parvati whispered to Harry as they waited to begin the opening dance, watching Wednesday demonstrate what she called a traditional Addams waltz to a thoroughly bewildered Professor Flitwick. "You have no idea," Harry replied with a small smile. "But they're exactly what I needed." The ball proceeded more smoothly than Harry had feared. His dance lessons paid off, allowing him to lead Parvati through the opening waltz without embarrassing himself or stepping on her feet. After fulfilling his official obligations, he found himself enjoying the evening more than expected, particularly when Gomez spiked the punch with a concoction that caused temporary luminescence in anyone who drank it, creating a dance floor of glowing students to Professor McGonagall's mingled horror and fascination. The holiday period that followed the ball brought a welcome break from tournament pressures. Harry divided his time between Hogwarts, where Ron and Hermione remained, and the Addams residence, where preparations for the second task continued alongside what the family considered appropriate Christmas festivities, which included such traditions as Yule Bear wrestling, thankfully symbolic rather than literal, though Gomez expressed disappointment about this modern concession, and the Great Pudding Séance, during which they attempted to contact the spirits of pastry chefs past for authentic historical recipes. It was during this period, while helping Grandmama prepare ingredients for a particularly complex potion, that Harry had his breakthrough with the golden egg. Water accentuates certain magical frequencies while dampening others, the elderly witch remarked as she added salamander blood to a bubbling cauldron. It's why mere people can only be properly heard beneath the surface. The casual comment triggered a realization. Mere people. Harry exclaimed. That's it. The egg needs to be opened underwater. This insight proved correct. When submerged in the large, claw-footed bathtub the Addamses had installed in their renovated shrieking shack, complete with serpentine faucets that hissed actual Parseltongue compliments to bathers, the egg's screeching transformed into an eerie but intelligible song about retrieving something taken from him from the mere people in the Hogwarts lake. An underwater retrieval challenge, Sirius frowned after Harry shared the clue. In February. In Scotland. The temperature will be the least of his concerns, Morticia observed. Breathing underwater for an hour presents the primary challenge. Various solutions were proposed and evaluated. Hermione suggested gillyweed after extensive library research. Sirius recommended the bubblehead charm as more reliable but requiring greater magical control. Gomez enthusiastically advocated for a partial transfiguration approach that had been popular in the 1758 tournament, though he did acknowledge the unfortunate incidents of champions who failed to reverse the transformation completely and spent the remainder of their lives with residual fish characteristics. In the end, they decided on a hybrid approach, gillyweed as the primary method, with Harry practicing the bubblehead charm as a backup in case the gillyweed's effects ended prematurely. Redundancy in life-critical systems, Wednesday approved when Harry explained their strategy. A fundamental principle often neglected in magical education. When February arrived, bringing with it the second task, Harry felt prepared but anxious. The knowledge that something, or someone, would be taken from him weighed heavily, especially when Ron and Hermione both disappeared the night before the task. They've taken hostages, he realized during a last-minute strategy session in the Addams Hogsmeade residence. People the champions would sorely miss, that's what the clue meant. A rather medieval approach, Morticia remarked disapprovingly. Though effective for motivation, I suppose. The morning of the task dawned cold and grey. Harry arrived at the lake to find Sirius and the Addamses already present, having secured places in the judges' stand through what Gomez cryptically referred to as persuasive architectural modifications to create additional seating. Remember, the gillyweed's duration varies with water temperature, Morticia reminded him as he prepared at the lake's edge. Cold water like this should give you approximately 65 minutes, but be prepared to implement your contingency if necessary. Harry nodded, clutching the slimy plant Grandmama had provided, supposedly superior to commercial varieties due to her special cultivation methods, though Harry tried not to think too deeply about what those might entail. When the task began, Harry swallowed the gillyweed quickly, experiencing the now familiar but still unpleasant sensation of gills forming along his neck and his hands and feet elongating into flipper-like appendages. He dove into the frigid lake, immediately grateful for the warming salve Morticia had insisted he apply before donning his swimming gear. The underwater journey proved both challenging and eerie. The lake's depths were murky and disorienting, populated by strange creatures and dominated by forests of swaying weeds that could easily entangle the unwary. Harry encountered Grindylows, which he repelled using a spell Wednesday had taught him that created a brief but intense localized current, disrupting their grip without harming them permanently. When he finally reached the Merpeople's village, the sight of the 4 hostages tied to a statue in the village square sent a chill through him that had nothing to do with the water temperature. Ron, Hermione, Cho Chang, and a young girl who resembled Fleur floated unconscious, their hair drifting around their pale faces like seaweed. Harry freed Ron quickly, then hesitated, unwilling to leave the others despite the Merpeople's insistence that he could only take his own hostage. The arrival of Cedric, who took Cho, and Crumb, who retrieved Hermione in his half-shark form, eased his concern somewhat, but Fleur was nowhere to be seen. In the end, Harry's decision to rescue the young girl as well as Ron cost him time but earned him moral points with the judges. When he finally surfaced with both hostages, the crowd erupted in cheers, though none louder than Gomez's enthusiastic whooping. Outstanding moral fiber. The Addams patriarch declared, slapping Dumbledore on the back with such force that the headmaster's half-moon spectacles nearly flew off. "That's the Addams influence, you know. Family values. Loyalty. Reasonable risk-taking for ethical purposes." The judges awarded Harry high marks for his ethical choice despite exceeding the time limit, placing him tied for first place with Cedric Overall. As Fleur tearfully thanked him for saving her sister Gabrielle, Harry found himself surrounded by his unusual support system, Sirius beaming with pride, Morticia gracefully deflecting Rita Skeeter's attempts to secure an interview, and Wednesday clinically examining a captured Grindylow with disturbing intensity. "2 tasks down, 1 to go," Sirius remarked as they celebrated later in the Addams residence, where Grandmama had prepared what she called a victory feast, featuring several dishes Harry deliberately avoided identifying. "You're doing brilliantly, Harry." "Indeed," Morticia agreed. "Your performance demonstrates both magical competence and moral clarity, a combination often lacking in conventional wizarding competitions." "And the final task?" Harry asked, accepting a goblet of something that glowed faintly blue but which Sirius had discreetly indicated was safe to drink. "Traditionally a maze," Gomez informed him, clearly drawing on his extensive Triwizard historical knowledge. "Filled with magical obstacles, creatures, and challenges designed to test a champion's comprehensive magical education. Which gives us plenty of time to prepare," Sirius added. "The third task isn't until June." The months leading up to the final task passed in a blur of classes, training, and the ongoing Horcrux investigation that Dumbledore, Sirius, and the Addamses continued to pursue in careful secrecy. By late May, they had identified and secured 2 additional Horcruxes, Slytherin's locket, found in the Black family home at Grimmauld Place with the help of Kreacher after Sirius mentioned the strange locket his brother had possessed before his death, and Hufflepuff's cup, located in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts through a complex negotiation between Gomez and the goblins that somehow involved trading options on dragon breeding futures. 3 Horcruxes located, 3 remaining, Dumbledore summed up during one of their planning sessions in his office. "If our theories are correct, Voldemort created 6, one of which was in Harry's scar. The diary was destroyed in your second year, Harry. That leaves us searching for objects likely related to Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, plus 1 unknown. And the homunculus itself," Morticia added, referring to the weakened Voldemort form they had captured at Riddle Manor and which remained securely contained in a special chamber at Hogwarts under Dumbledore's direct supervision. "Indeed," the headmaster nodded. "Though it grows weaker by the day without Pettigrew's care. I believe our containment is slowly forcing the soul fragment within it to deteriorate. A good sign for our ultimate goal," Sirius remarked, "though it makes me wonder if the other Horcruxes have sensed the destruction of their fellows." "An interesting question," Wednesday commented from where she sat reading an ancient text on soul magic. "Traditional theory suggests Horcruxes maintain limited awareness of each other when created as a deliberate set rather than individual anchors." Harry found these discussions simultaneously fascinating and disturbing. The idea that pieces of Voldemort's soul could potentially communicate or sense each other's destruction added a new dimension of urgency to their hunt. As June arrived and the Triwizard Maze took shape on the Quidditch pitch, Harry's training intensified. The Addamses' approach to preparation was characteristically thorough and unconventional, covering everything from standard defensive spells to obscure magical countermeasures for creatures rarely encountered in Britain. The tournament organizers often import exotic challenges, Morticia explained as she guided Harry through the correct pronunciation of a Venezuelan repelling charm specifically effective against fire-breathing tree sloths. Best to be prepared for unconventional threats. Pugsley contributed by constructing a miniature maze in the Addams ballroom, charmed to reconfigure itself randomly and populated with various traps and obstacles for Harry to navigate. Wednesday focused on teaching him detection spells for dark enchantments and hidden threats. Gomez enthusiastically drilled him in physical evasion techniques, incorporating fencing movements that had Harry diving, rolling, and jumping to avoid various harmless but startling projectiles. By the time the third task arrived, Harry felt as prepared as possible, though an undercurrent of anxiety remained. Something about this tournament had felt wrong from the beginning, his forced inclusion, the elaborate challenges that seemed designed specifically to test his particular skills and weaknesses, the mounting tension as the final task approached. "Trust your instincts," Morticia advised as she helped him prepare the morning of the task. "The Addams' sensitivity to danger runs strong in those we accept into the family, even without blood relation. If something feels wrong, it probably is," Harry finished, having heard this particular family wisdom repeatedly over the past months. The maze itself proved every bit as challenging as anticipated. Harry navigated a succession of obstacles, a boggart that took the form of a dementor, a golden mist that turned the world upside down, a blast-ended scrut of alarming proportions, using the skills he'd developed under the Addamses' tutelage. When he encountered a sphinx, her riddle reminded him of Wednesday's logical puzzles, allowing him to solve it with confident precision. A particularly nasty enchanted hedge that attempted to entangle anyone who touched it fell victim to Grandmama's special pruning solution, which Harry had thought to bring in a small vial. As he progressed deeper into the maze, the air seemed to thicken with tension. Twice he heard distant shouts that suggested other champions facing difficulties. Once, red sparks shot into the air some distance away, indicating a champion's withdrawal from the competition. When he finally glimpsed the Triwizard Cup gleaming on a plinth in the center of the maze, Harry felt a moment of elation quickly tempered by caution. The path to the cup seemed suspiciously clear, lacking the progressive difficulty he'd experienced throughout the rest of the maze. "If something seems too easy, it's usually a trap," Pugsley had warned during training, a lesson learned from his extensive experience setting and triggering explosives. Harry slowed his approach, casting detection spells Wednesday had taught him. To his surprise, they revealed a complex web of magic surrounding the cup itself, magic that didn't match the tournament's general enchantments. As he studied this anomaly, movement to his left caught his attention. Cedric emerged from a side passage, looking battered but determined, his eyes fixed on the cup. "Cedric, wait!" Harry called. "There's something wrong with the cup." The Hufflepuff paused, wand raised defensively until he recognized Harry. "What do you mean?" "It's enchanted with something that doesn't belong," Harry explained, gesturing with his wand to make the detection spell's results visible to Cedric as well. "See that pattern? Wednesday, my cousin, taught me to recognize portkey signatures, and that's definitely not a standard tournament charm." Cedric frowned, studying the multicolored magical aura now visible around the cup. "You're right. That's not just a victory trigger. That's a long-distance portkey, unauthorized by the look of it. Someone's tampered with the cup," Harry concluded grimly. "This whole tournament, my forced entry, it was all leading to this moment, trying to make me touch that cup." A rustling behind them had both boys spinning with raised wands, but it was only Victor Crumb, looking slightly dazed as he stumbled into the clearing. "Crumb. You all right?" Cedric asked cautiously. The Bulgarian shook his head as if to clear it. Someone attacked from behind. Imperious curse, I think. I fought it off, but..." A chill ran down Harry's spine. Someone's inside the maze who shouldn't be. The implications were clear, the tournament had indeed been manipulated from the beginning, culminating in this trap. But whose trap was it? And what was the destination programmed into that unauthorized portkey? "We need to alert the judges," Cedric decided, raising his wand to send up red sparks. "Wait," Harry caught his arm. "Whoever did this is still out there, maybe watching. If we signal now, they might realize we've discovered the trap and try something more desperate." "What do you suggest?" Crumb asked, his accent thicker than usual due to stress. Harry thought quickly, weighing options against risks in the way Morticia had taught him. "We trigger the trap deliberately, but on our terms." "Are you mad?" Cedric stared at him. "That portkey could take us anywhere." "Not us," Harry clarified. "Just something we send through. Like a message in a bottle, but we stay safely here." Understanding dawned on Crumb's face. "We transfigure an object, make it touch the cup. See where it goes without risking ourselves." "Exactly," Harry nodded. And we include a tracking charm on whatever we send through, so the Aurors can follow the trail. It was a plan worthy of the Addamses, acknowledging the trap but turning it to their advantage. Working quickly, the three champions transfigured a section of hedge into a roughly humanoid shape, attached a note explaining their discovery, and included a tracking charm taught to Harry by Tonks during his training sessions. With careful levitation, they floated their creation toward the cup. As soon as it made contact, both the cup and the transfigured figure vanished in a swirl of blue light, confirming Harry's suspicion about the unauthorized portkey. Immediately afterward, they sent up red sparks from all three wands, creating a triple signal that brought the maze supervisors running within minutes. The aftermath unfolded rapidly. Dumbledore, upon hearing their explanation, immediately activated the tournament's emergency protocols, securing the grounds while Moody and several other staff members used the tracking charm to trace the portkey's destination, a graveyard in Little Hangleton, not far from Riddle Manor. It was a trap, Sirius confirmed hours later, after returning from the Aura investigation of the site. They found a ritual setup in that graveyard, cauldron, ingredients, everything needed for a complex dark ritual. And guess whose grave was the centerpiece? Tom Riddle, Harry replied grimly, remembering the spirit guide's images of Pettigrew at the old manor house. Exactly. Bone of the father, forcibly taken, Sirius quoted. Plus they found evidence someone had been living in the groundskeeper's cottage, someone who fled when our transfigured dummy arrived instead of you. But who? Harry wondered. Pettigrew and Crouch are both in custody. We don't know yet, Morticia replied, her expression unusually troubled. But whoever it was had access to Hogwarts, ability to manipulate the Goblet of Fire, and knowledge of both the tournament structure and Voldemort's resurrection ritual. A concerning combination. The mystery deepened the following day when Professor Moody was discovered unconscious in his office, apparently having been there for months while someone used Polyjuice Potion to impersonate him. A thorough search of the defense professor's quarters revealed a hidden trunk containing not only the real Alastor Moody but also numerous vials of Polyjuice and incriminating notes detailing the plot to deliver Harry to the Little Hangleton graveyard. But who was the imposter? Dumbledore wondered during an emergency meeting in his office. Barty Crouch Jr. remains securely detained at the Ministry, as does Peter Pettigrew. Perhaps someone we haven't considered, Morticia suggested. Voldemort had many followers who escaped imprisonment after the First War. The question remained unanswered even as the tournament concluded with a three-way tie between Harry, Cedric, and Krum, all of whom refused to claim sole victory after their cooperation in exposing the trap. The prize money was divided equally, with Harry donating his portion to Fred and George Weasley's fledgling joke shop business, a decision Gomez heartily approved of, calling it an investment in necessary chaos for future generations. As the school year drew to a close and students prepared to return home, Harry reflected on how dramatically his life had changed since that desperate attempt to contact Sirius had connected him to Morticia instead. He had gained a family, freed his godfather, removed Voldemort's soul fragment from his scar, survived a manipulated Triwizard tournament, and participated in the ongoing hunt for the remaining Horcruxes. Quite a productive year, Wednesday remarked as they packed Harry's belongings in his dormitory. Though I'm disappointed we didn't identify the Moody imposter. Unresolved mysteries are aesthetically displeasing. There's always next year, Harry replied with a small smile, realizing he actually looked forward to whatever strange adventures awaited with his adopted family. The Hogwarts Express journey home felt different this year. Instead of dread at returning to the Dursleys, Harry anticipated a summer with Sirius in their cottage on the Addams estate, continuing both his magical education and the Horcrux hunt with his unconventional extended family. As the train pulled into King's Cross, Harry spotted them immediately on the platform, Morticia elegant in flowing black, Gomez bouncing on his toes with characteristic energy, Wednesday and Pugsley looking appropriately bored but watchful, Lurch towering over nearby parents who gave him a wide berth, and Sirius grinning broadly at the sight of his godson. Ready for a proper family summer? Sirius asked as Harry joined them. Absolutely, Harry replied with genuine enthusiasm. What's the plan? Horcrux hunting in Montenegro. Gomez announced cheerfully. followed by a family reunion in the ancestral swamplands. Then perhaps a bit of cursed treasure recovery in Peru, educational and profitable. Don't worry, Morticia added, seeing Harry's slightly overwhelmed expression. We've scheduled adequate time for homework and normal teenage activities between expeditions. Normal by whose definition? Harry asked with a raised eyebrow, already knowing the answer. Why, the Addams definition, of course, Morticia replied serenely. The only one that matters for family. And as they made their way through the barrier and into the Muggle world, drawing stares and whispers with their distinctive appearance, Harry realized he wouldn't have it any other way. His life had always been strange, but now he had found a family that celebrated strangeness rather than punishing it, a family that saw his differences as strengths rather than abnormalities to be corrected or hidden. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whether from Voldemort's remaining Horcruxes, the still unidentified moody imposter, or simply the everyday bizarreness of life as an honorary Addams, Harry would face them with the support of people who accepted him completely, peculiarities and all. For the boy who lived, who had spent so many years merely surviving, that unconditional acceptance was the most powerful magic of all. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.